Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, today we discuss whether or not Nick Sirianni, the head coach of your Philadelphia Eagles, is in a no-win situation. John just put it bluntly during our pre-show meeting in a way that we can't really say it on the air, but you're exactly right.
I'm going to figure out how to say it.
Also, Phil bounced back with a win. Are we okay now? Hey, Bryce, we're going to have to talk to you. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade Salciunas.
Stars in cities, especially like Philadelphia, they are always on the map, and we should expect more winning out of them.
And we'll go to the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. I am a believer that your best player, I think there is also a responsibility as the team spokesperson.
Kincade Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Thursday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, happy Wendy's Thursday morning.
Oh, it's Wendy's Thursday. It's got everybody smiling.
I've been thinking about the burrito since I woke up.
I've been thinking about the magic of not working Mondays and how the week absolutely flies.
Oh, yeah, because you were off on Monday.
It flies. And I bet there's a lot of people driving in this morning probably feeling the same way. We got another weekend coming right around upon us.
Yeah, you guys are slackers. You know, me and Connor were out working hard.
Yeah, guess
Mondays, getting sweaty, doing the show.
Getting sweaty.
Yeah, man. Makes it sound weird. It was an intense show on Monday.
You and Connor were getting sweaty. I'm glad I was off.
We bumped the heat. It was like hot yoga. We bumped the heat up in here. We went after it when it came to the sports talk. That's what we do.
I promise.
No days off.
I promise as we discuss this topic this morning that I will not have a potty mouth. I'm going to figure out how to say what I want to say, but I think the audience will understand exactly what I'm talking about.
Maybe you just you say the first letter.
Yes.
And I think everyone will understand right away what you mean. Because yesterday we were talking about OTAs a little bit, and we floated out a Nick Sirianni conversation. We didn't really expand on because we had so many things going on yesterday. The beauty of Sports Talk Radio is there's always another day. So today we want to start the show talking about the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, we talked about him a lot during the offseason, of course, whether or not he should have still been here. And then, of course, the Eagles decide to keep him. It was a long 8 days. And then we had the aftermath of the reaction to the Eagles deciding to keep Nick Sirianni as the head coach. And he's been talked about a lot this offseason. But I want to ask a question today that I would love to get response from you, the listener, at 610-632-0975 on the phone line or the text line. John, is Nick Sirianni in a no-win situation this season?
Yes. And it is completely unfair of us in these chairs and many in the fan base.
I completely disagree with you, but go ahead.
If you go into a season with the belief, and believe me, I am so Kellen Moored up.
Yep.
I feel like I could teach a small class right now, a 2-credit class on Kellen Moore's offense. I've watched so much video on him, and I'm so excited about what this team can be. Vic Fangio, I already know. I know not to expect a top 3 defense that's going to tear you up,
right.
But I expect this to get a level of competency that's going to make us much more calm on Monday mornings. That said, if we go into this season with the mindset that nothing is going to move the needle for us on whether Nick Sirianni is a good coach or not, or whether he deserves to keep his job or not, we are just being D's. That's the word I said earlier. Is like we are just. And look,
I don't hear you curse all that often.
No, I don't curse. My friend Richie taught me before Liv was born to stop cursing, and I never was a big potty mouth.
Well, it was.
But I let it fly this morning.
You let it fly
because I'll call it out. I will call myself out if I think something is not right. And I absolutely believe that if we go into this season saying nothing can move the needle for us on Nick Sirianni, then we're sort of going into it with the mindset that we're just going to be D's to the guy.
See, and I don't think that's fair for you to say that to people, including myself. I feel offended that you would even say that, John.
I didn't mean to call you. Well, you and Connor, we're getting sweaty on Monday.
I believe that Nick Sirianni is in a no situation, and that might be unfair, right? If they win, he won't get a lot of credit. If they lose, it's going to be all on him, and he's going to be fired, right? Or we're going to be demanding for him to lose his job. That's how this season will play out one way or another.
Okay, we talked about it yesterday. Give me a mentals, because you know me with numbers and parameters and everything. What would be the number that you say, okay, that you think people would be saying Sirianni's got to go?
What,
like, do you think as far as their record-wise?
Oh, well, I mean, it depends on how it plays out. Like, again, they won 11 games last year. They'll be the first to tell you.
I'll tell you, if they go to the playoffs again, he's not fired.
Yeah.
Like, if he makes the playoffs every year of his 4-year tenure,
and
he's not being
You're
fired.
Right. But
whether that's
but
right
if he goes to the playoffs, I'm not giving him the credit first.
Okay.
He will be low on the list. It's going to be Kellen Moore. It's going to be Vic Fangio. It's going to be Howie Roseman. It's going to be Jalen Hurts, because I imagine Jalen Hurts has a resurgence this season. It's going to be Howie Roseman's going to be pretty high on the list because of everything that he did offensively, but also acquiring players defensively. Look, I don't want to be too harsh on Sirianni. I'm not naive that the head coach isn't just about X's and O's, right? The head coach is also about keeping a locker room together. Culture is a big part of it. Having guys work every single day, not just on Sundays, right? The stuff that you do preparing for a game. And by all reports, Nick Sirianni is crazy when it comes to that. Every press conference as the season goes on, the bags under his eyes get darker and darker and deeper, right? It's ridiculous. But here's the deal. I can't say that and also not point out the fact that all those issues last year were those things. Locker room issues. There was a culture issue last year. X's and O's were bad last year. It was his offense when the ship was literally sinking in Brian Johnson's hands at his control. He did nothing about it.
Who do you think pushed for Brian Johnson to be the offensive coordinator of the Eagles?
I'm sure.
I think it was Jalen Hurts.
I'm sure it was. Yes,
I think it was Jalen with the loudest voice. That this guy deserves his time. He's a family friend. I've known him since I was 4 years old. I guarantee you the loudest voice in the Eagles organization for Brian Johnson to get that job was Jalen Hurts.
Well, has Jalen Hurts ever had the loudest voice on anything?
Yeah, not where we hear it.
Yeah, it could be behind closed
doors. Not where we hear it.
I'm just saying he doesn't strike me as the personality that's going to say this should be the guy.
I absolutely believe that Jalen Hurts, and I will speak from people, and we can ask Andrew DeCecco when he joins us later. Yep. I absolutely believe the loudest voice in NovaCare was that this deserves to be the guy. He deserves his shot. Let it be Brian Johnson.
Now, I would be curious.
It backfired terribly.
I would be curious what was Nick Sirianni's list, because I'm sure they also asked for his input. Did he have 4 or 5 candidates before Brian Johnson, or did he have Brian Johnson? Because when he first got hired to his staff, it was Sirianni's staff. There was talks about in the future this guy's going to either be an OC somewhere or a head coach somewhere. So he could have been Nick Sirianni's top choice, too. This could have been an agreement between Sirianni and Jalen Hurts.
He may have. And absolutely he may have. The way it's been portrayed to me, Hurts was the one who was the biggest one saying it's got to be Brian Johnson because he knew him the best.
Right.
And I could understand that. It absolutely failed and it backfired terribly. I don't know whether, like when you're talking culture problems, I've heard whispers more of problems between Jalen Hurts and Brian Johnson and their communication, and they're going at each other as far as like not really being able to work well together.
All right, so the head coach should step in.
Okay, maybe. Okay,
he's the head coach, John.
Okay, let's say you're having a conflict with somebody, and your boss tries to step in and say, "You guys play nice.
Yeah,
work it out. You guys work it out." Sometimes people are jackasses. And they don't work it out, and they stay stuck in their ways. We've known people in this business. We've known people in life.
All right, so but here's the
like
deal:
that.
in football, it's not like let's say you and I have a beef.
Right.
It's not like Scott can just step in and go, well, then you know what? Then I'm going to host the show today. I bet he could. And I'm sure he'd do a great job at it. The guy
don't give him any ideas.
Guy's been around radio for a long time. Nick Sirianni had every right to go, all right, fine, I'll call the plays.
He did.
He had every opportunity to do that. And the offense, it's not like the offense was flowing. So everybody says, oh, well, it's not like he was good his first year as a head coach at calling plays. Would it have actually been worse? I don't know.
I don't know, but I get what you're saying. And by the way, I criticized him for that.
Yes.
So I will take the fact that he didn't get up, take the reins, and do it. But to me, I would look at it this way, and here's how I'd make my case for Nick Sirianni as we're talking about this today. I want you to think of the 2 championships, for you two, and I'm keeping this just to your point of reference.
Okay.
For you and Connor, think of the 2 championships you've enjoyed in your lifetime. And you convince me that Charlie Manuel and Doug Peterson were master strategists.
Okay.
That they were these technicians that outdueled, outsmarted people and everything. Hell no. That wasn't the case. They're far more like Nick Sirianni than anybody would want to admit. They were both culture guys. They were both guys who spoke the players' language and understood how to think. Both known as very few rules.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it as, if I go into this season thinking Nick Sirianni can do nothing to change my opinion of him, then I'm just looking to be a jerk.
Okay.
That's the way I'm looking at it. And I personally, I'm going to refuse to do that because I don't think it's fair.
Don't worry, I'll do it for us.
Yeah,
No,
I'll choose to do it too.
I don't think it's fair.
I'll do it for us,
I mean,
man.
like when I want you to both answer that though.
Well,
I was
here's the
waiting.
deal.
When you think of
but
Charlie,
what happened with Doug? Doug ended up, the locker room became a mess, and Carson,
Eventually.
a lot of it had to be. Yeah, after they won the Super Bowl
but
2 years later, and then it all fell apart.
Do you believe Doug all of a sudden forgot how to build a culture, everything? Or do you think the Carson Wentz may have been just this, exactly what he's appeared to have been in 2 other places?
It could be, but
okay.
We're already hearing stuff about Hurts and Sirianni's relationship needing to be nurtured.
What was that, nurtured, right?
Nurtured. Like, it seems like all of a sudden I'm going down the exact same path. Now, I don't think it will go down the exact same path.
I don't think with Jalen Hurts it will.
I think, right, Hurts has a much better head on his shoulders than Carson Wentz. I think we all can agree on that. But it seems like it's heading that way.
I just look at it and say, the people who want to paint Nick Sirianni as this sort of, well, he really doesn't bring anything to the table, just go sit in the corner and don't do anything. For God's sakes, if you do 10 minutes of research on how people depict, Charlie Manuel was depicted as a country bumpkin in this town. And he was a master at building a positive work environment. He was a master at understanding this guy needs a day off and when to speak up, like on a guy like Jimmy Rollins.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I would say that Nick Sirianni, who I've been told has no problem getting in players' faces.
Yeah, I've already heard he's been very vocal at OTAs and has been, getting on players for making mistakes.
I will have no problem having a strong opinion on a coach, strong opinion on a player, but I also look at it as I cannot just look at it, especially when I don't know all the details, that somebody is just totally has nothing to do with them winning, or because then they should also have the same thing. They have nothing to do with them losing.
Okay, so let's ask the question. 610-632-0975. You can call in or text in. Is Nick Sirianni in a no-win situation? If they win, he doesn't get the credit. If they lose, it's all on him and he gets fired. And is that unfair? Are we being D's?
You are. I think, and I know both of you, and I love you guys, and I don't think either one of you is that way in your lives or otherwise. But on a topic of sports, we can all be D's.
Oh, absolutely, man.
We can all be. We can all, on a topic, just be like, I'm not going to be moved. You're not going to change my... James Harden.
Yeah.
I own it. Nothing James Harden's going to do
will ever change
is going to change
opinion.
my opinion of him just being a complete self-involved jackass.
Right.
It's just, nothing's going to change my opinion. And I thought it before he got here, and I think it more after he left. And so...
Well, look, and you have history to back it up.
But
I'm talking about...
But I also don't have a lot of... It's not like I have the working knowledge of it that even one of our own, like a Bob Cooney has, of the NBA and stuff like that. It's just sometimes we get embedded in an opinion and then we just keep doubling down on it.
Right. I got you.
You know what I mean?
That's the beauty of sports talk,
But I know you guys aren't D's. Neither one, Colin, I'll be public service now. Neither one, Connor or Andrew, neither one of them are D's.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
They have moments, but they're not.
So Phillies win yesterday. They beat the Giants 6-1. Good game for Nick Castellanos, man. 3 for 5.
Good game.
Yeah, great game. 3 for 5, triple shy of the cycle. Had 2 runs, 2 RBI. Obviously the home run. Nice day for the Phils. 14 hits they combined for. The only player in the lineup without a hit was Edmundo Sosa. He went 0 for 5. Bryce got a hit at the end of that game, which was
bum Sosa.
necessary. Yeah, that bum Sosa.
He's just been great for like a month.
Yeah, he's been awesome.
Wait, you buried the lead. 2-hit game for Johnny's boy, Garrett Stubbs.
That's right.
Yeah, gotta have it. Gotta have the vibes.
After he hit that rocket.
Almost. Yeah, the rocket.
Then Christopher Sanchez yesterday dazzled. And all I'm going to say is I believe I guaranteed a victory
You
yesterday
did, and
on the program.
I gave you your props. I don't know if you saw. I immediately put up.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
We're 1-0 record when Andrew Salciunas guarantees a Phillies victory.
And I believed I said that the bats would come to life because they're not going to get blanked 2 days in a row.
You did say that.
And I didn't think Kyle Harrison was a guy that can go out there and give you 6 strong because your bullpen was used a lot the night before. He goes 5 and gives up 12 hits.
Yeah, not great for him.
12 hits and a walk. That's a pretty rough outing. The whip is going to go up a little bit there for Kyle Harrison yesterday.
Okay, you two have both pitched, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not
Okay.
well.
The first batter hits a home run.
Yeah.
It absolutely has to rattle.
Oh, absolutely.
It has to rattle you.
And that's why people love Kyle Shore batting leadoff because it could change the mentality of a pitcher. Some guys lock in after that, or some guys get rattled to that point. Now, good win for the Phillies. I just want to make sure we're all okay now because people were freaking out after the 3 straight losses.
I don't think anybody's freaking out.
People were freaking out.
You were getting a little nervous
No, I don't
yesterday,
think anybody's
John.
freaking out. No, I
You were
think that
pointing
the
out
same.
concerns.
Hey, you know what? I have concerns. I have concerns like Whit Merrifield. How the hell are you getting picked off second base? What are you doing? You are dead. They are brain dead on the base pads. That is stupidity. And those kind of things haunt you. They matter.
I don't feel
It
very
matters.
haunted. Do you feel haunted, Andrew?
I don't feel haunted
That's
today.
because you're playing the San Francisco Giants,
and
who
Whit
are not going to.
hottest team in baseball
and Whit
going?
Merrifield's not playing in the playoffs.
You're playing the Giants, who are not going to stand in your way. You know who's going to stand in your way? Good teams.
Okay.
That don't do that stupid
Giants
stuff.
are a playoff team right now.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
gonna
going to
be
be one of the wild card teams.
Hey, guess
Yeah,
what?
which means you
the
could see
7th
them.
seed.
Yeah.
The 7th seed has the 6th seed has made the World Series last 2 years. Out
Yeah.
of the NL.
Oh, well, they're
We
not.
can't discount
They're
them.
not going to lose to the Giants. But there was a moment yesterday in the game, and it's funny. You know our caller, Jay from West Philly?
Yeah, I love Jay.
He always gets on me for not being hard enough on Bryce Harper. Mm-hmm. Because I don't think Bryce Harper's really done much wrong since he's been here. He has been worth every penny. Literally, John Middleton himself looked him in the eyes and said, "I'm underpaying you," which probably was one of the worst things to say because that then led to the contract extension.
That's because
talk.
Scott Boras is a vampire.
Hey, he's
a vampire.
Makes a lot of money. But there was a moment yesterday, and I know there's going to be somebody that rolls their eyes because you're going to say, "Oh, well, what did it matter? They ended up winning 6-1. This had nothing to do with the ball game itself." But there was a moment during the ball game yesterday where Bryce Harper was up to bat. He's been struggling a little bit recently at the plate. Goes 1 for 5 yesterday, which was great to see that he finally got that hit because in the previous games, 0 for 3, 0 for 3, 0 for 4. So Bryce Harper was in a little bit of a rough stretch in his previous 3 games and his first 4 at-bats yesterday. If they didn't have as many at-bats as they did yesterday, if it was a typical game where he finishes with 4 at-bats,
The streak would have continued.
Yeah, it's a 4-game streak where he has no hits. So Harper was frustrated. We saw him kind of have his moment after the first inning when he grounded out.
That was embarrassing. But no, this is like, come on. Now.
I'm not embarrassed by it. It happens all the time in baseball. But there was a moment later on the game where he had runners on second and third, and there were 2 outs. And he had a sharp ground ball to shortstop. And you texted right away what happened. And normally I let these things slide, but it bothered me a little bit. Take a listen to what happened when Bryce Harper didn't bust it down the line.
Hit sharply out to shortstop. Wisely has it. And his throw is a little high. Bryce wasn't really moving up the line, though. So the putout goes 6-3.
By the way, credit to Tom McCarthy
For pointing it out.
Because a lot of home broadcasters would literally swallow the mic, not say it, and not call it out.
Yeah.
He called it out without calling it out. But he did call it out.
And it was a poor throw from the shortstop.
And he would have been safe
if Harper busted,
he
down the line and a run scores.
Yes.
And that's my biggest beef. Look, we're gonna get into a conversation coming up next about what is fair and unfair to ask for or demand of our athletes. I'm not even saying star athletes. I'm saying athletes, period. And I understand maybe nothing's unfair. Maybe we should they're getting paid to play a kid's game, right? They're getting paid to play sports. It's their job. Like, if we don't go to our fullest at our jobs, we would be...
Someone's going to call us.
Somebody's going to call us, right? So Bryce Harper yesterday, I get it. He's Bryce Harper, $330 million man. You want him to remain healthy. A ground out in the month of May doesn't really do anything for you in the grand scheme of things.
Want him to remain healthy? What the hell does that have to do with running down the line?
Chase Utley busted it every single time. There's talks about maybe that's why his knees were bothering him late in the season. Look, look, I'm just pointing out something that happened here
Load
in
management
Philadelphia.
now on ground balls.
Right.
Give me a freaking break.
So,
Give me a break.
Yesterday, I do have a problem with it because here's the deal. If he's the first batter of the inning, all right, fine. You want to take your time down the line. There's 2 outs and there's runners on second and third. If it is a bad throw, in which it was, that runner scores.
And at that point in the game, it makes a difference.
It does because it was a close ball game at that time. I need to keep it 100. I don't like it. I don't want to just rip Edmundo Sosa if he did that.
And by the way, Sosa did it earlier in the game.
Right.
Sosa didn't even run.
Bryce Harper
he
deserves
walked to the dugout.
I know he's Bryce, MVP, one of the best athletes in the city, everybody's favorite son. Not busting it down the line did cost him a run yesterday, and that needs to be talked about. So I think it's fair to bring it up, Connor, because I already see you rolling your eyes in there. So we'll continue this conversation coming up next. Would love your reaction. 610-632-0975. Are we going to be unfair with Nick Sirianni this year? And what is fair and unfair to demand of our athletes in Philadelphia? Because Bryce Harper, if he busts it down the line, a run scores. We'll continue that conversation next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Mentioned it earlier. It's a Wendy's Thursday. That means every hour today we'll give away one $50 Wendy's gift card. So a $50 Wendy's gift card in the 6 o'clock hour, 7 o'clock hour, 8 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock hour. So make sure you're listening closely. Could be this segment that I give one out. So we will keep you posted. But if you're just tuning in, here's what we were talking about so far to start. Question number 1 involves Nick Sirianni and whether or not we will treat him fairly going into the season, because I believe he is in a no-win situation, which that may be unfair.
Is it a no-win situation, though, that you're creating?
No, I don't think I'm the only one that feels this way.
No. I know you're not the only one. But it's a no-win situation that you are knowingly creating.
Yeah, probably. Like, I'm about to say it's unfair for him to be in a no-win situation, but I think I am fairly saying that Kellen Moore will get the credit for the offense this year, and Vic Fangio will get the credit for the defense, and we will say, oh, wow, look at what they were able to do with 2 competent coordinators, OC and DC, and not 2 that are no longer in their position anymore. Right, they both, Sean Desai and Brian Johnson both got a demotion in terms of what their title is, even though it's with different teams. And you could say, all right, well, that's why Sirianni failed last year. I don't know. Nick Sirianni had every opportunity to take the offense back in his hands, and he did not do that.
He did, and I blamed him for it. I just refuse. I can't go into a season saying that an NFL head coach, one of the 32 guys that has that job, can do nothing to move my opinion it only can be moved in the negative fashion.
See,
one of the things it's weird is that, and it's weird because my own child would say to me, Dad, how many times did you say to me, life ain't fair?
Right.
Don't say fair to me.
Right.
Don't say fair, because that's Dad's ears turn off at that. Maybe I can't go in being unfair.
Okay. Well, all I know, or at least what I think, John.
Okay.
Again, I don't know. I don't know fact.
And neither one of us does.
I think that Nick Sirianni is still here because he said yes, sir, to Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman.
I am not here to debunk that because I think you could very well be correct.
Doug Peterson got fired because he wanted to keep his staff, and he would not say yes, sir, to Howie and Jeffrey Lurie. And look, that was Super Bowl winning champion Doug Peterson. The only reason why he's not here is because he did not want to bring in a new staff with the guys that Howie and Jeffrey Lurie wanted. He wanted to keep his guys. Nick Sirianni, and I don't blame Sirianni for doing it. He's got a head coaching job in the NFL with a very talented team. He goes, yeah, sure, I'll take Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio. Right. That's, I believe, why he is still here as the head coach. Because he agreed to Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie's plan.
He's playing for a second contract.
Right.
Too. And more importantly, if I'm Nick Sirianni, oh, wait a minute. You're going to give me a chance to succeed, and you're going to give me a chance with 2 guys that have great resumes to help me do it? Yeah, sign me up.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
And
that could very well be it.
Now, speaking of fair or unfair, the Phillies win yesterday. We celebrate it. But Bryce Harper, there was a moment in the game where he had runners on second and third, and he had a sharp grounder to shortstop, and
ended up being an errant throw.
Yep. And
that would have been safe.
Took his time down the line. Bad throw. He would have been safe. A run would have scored. Inning would have continued. He didn't. The first baseman was able to collect himself. Touch first base. Inning over. Run doesn't score.
And again, it's not the only time it happens.
Right.
And it cost them a run in a 2-0 game at the time.
Yep.
That would have been 3-0. Which is a big difference. We didn't know what was going to happen.
No, by the way, inning
later.
continues. Your 4-hole hitter, who had a very nice day yesterday,
has another shot.
And
this
with
is
2 guys on.
This is after Edmundo Sosa hits a ball. He doesn't even move out of the batter's box. He didn't run. He went back to the dugout.
Yeah,
and Tom McCarthy called it.
That one's a little different.
Explain
because
it.
It was in the air and it started foul. Like, he should run it out, but I think every baseball player's had one of those where you hit it and you're like, okay, I think it's foul. You catch yourself not running and you just kind of get caught in watching it. Like, it's not right, but it's not like he hit a ground ball to the shortstop and just stood there.
Okay, and Whit Merrifield somehow is, again, we get a guy.
That's totally different.
Off second base. No, but that's 3 base running.
Right, yeah, but that's not a lack of effort.
What would Charlie Manuel have said Charlie Manuel called out the greatest hitter in the history of the Phillies franchise. Literally made it an issue, a public issue.
Yeah, he did.
Right. You're not great enough
and sat his
to
ass on the bench the
You're
next
not
game.
getting
But, like,
so it's okay.
I don't think any of those guys got a pat on the ass when they went back to the dugout.
Right. All right,
But-
so Connor, I'll ask you because I saw you kind of laughing, and I don't know if you were
Right.
rolling your eyes or if you were just ready to get wild with this topic. Your thoughts on Bryce Harper yesterday? Look, I believe if it was nobody on, no out, whatever, it's a ground out. When there's two guys on base and one of them's in scoring position, and you are at the batter's box, clearly the emotions probably got the best of him when he hit the grounder because he had struck out 3 times before that. You bust your ass down the line, man.
Did you see what happened after his first at bat? Did you see the shot of him in the dugout demolishing the stuff with his bat?
Yes.
Like, this is not I'm too good to hustle. That's what bothers me.
I'm not saying he's too good to hustle.
I know, but they're different things, and not all lack of hustle is created equal. We talked about forever the Tyrese Maxey on the floor at the end of that game where the Knicks scored like 8 points in the final however many seconds. And that I chalked up to as, dude, he was frustrated. It doesn't absolve him of fault, but it explains the situation more than just like, I don't care.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that. With all due respect, Connor.
Okay.
I don't care that Bryce Harper was frustrated, and that's why he didn't bust it down the line.
I do, because those are different. Those aren't, Bryce, sit here the rest of the day, right? That's not the Jimmy Rollins, hey, dude, take a seat. You're getting pulled from this game.
What's the difference?
That is you. There are guys that don't hustle just to not hustle, that don't want to run just to not run. Either they're big timing it or they're just like, it doesn't matter.
And I know Bryce Harper hustles sometimes to a fault when he hits a base hit right
He sometimes hustles when it's stupid to hustle.
Right,
exactly. That's why I'm giving him not a pass, I want to say, but that's why I'm saying the conversation from Rob Thompson would be, hey, Bryce, we need to have that one. And Bryce Harper probably goes, yeah, you're right, my bad. Yeah. And that's where that conversation ends.
You really believe from the body of work we've gotten over 2 full calendar years, I am absolutely convinced that base running is not held accountable because I don't see players held accountable for stupid base running decisions. Brain dead, I'm getting picked off first. That stuff is not addressed. I don't believe it's being addressed. I do not believe this manager, it is one of his, there's so many great things he does. It's worth being that you look at the full picture and you don't just shake the pom-poms.
This isn't a base running mistake.
Yeah, this is a lack of effort.
This is a lack of effort, which is far worse. Far worse.
I get it. And here's the other thing, right? Like, this probably happens once a week. But because the throw was high and it looks like he would have beat it, now all of a sudden it's, what could we have had?
Then you question why does it happen?
Why does it happen?
Every week.
Dude,
why would it be acceptable?
It happens with every team,
Connor,
with every
I know
player.
that, but
no, that's not true.
It should also be
true.
It should also be situational. Like, you should know, all right, there's 2 guys on base.
Right.
And if the guy makes a bad throw and I beat this out, or if I just beat it out, I know he hit it on the button, so like I understand you hit it hard. Sometimes you don't run right away. But if he busts it down the line, a run scores.
I'm not saying he's right.
If it's 2 outs and there's nobody on, whatever.
And no, Connor, it does not happen with every player and every team. That is not true. And there are managers who hold players accountable.
And to your point,
Ronald Acuna has gotten the treatment from his manager, Brian Snitker, to the point that they have had issues.
And what has Ronald Acuna Jr. done in the playoffs against the Phillies? He's standing there watching a ball bounce around in center field to give up an inside the park home run.
Right.
Listen, it happens everywhere.
And he's called out for it.
Okay. Here's your problem, John. They're not called out the way you want them to be called out. It doesn't mean they're not being called out.
They're not.
What do you want him to get behind a microphone and say to the whole world that Bryce Harper needs to run, or do you think he handles it internally?
Well, I'm going to say I saw it work very well with Charlie Manuel.
Okay.
Who handled it publicly.
Right.
And is it because everybody sees it?
So Rob Thompson, it's not working out with him?
No, everybody sees it.
Who cares?
I don't believe
they win. If what he's doing works.
They haven't won it, Connor. They've won. Yes, they have won. They've gone to the NLDS. They've gone to a World Series. You cannot accept lack of hustle. You cannot accept dumb things being done on the base pads. You cannot accept that stuff and just say it doesn't matter because we win games. That's ridiculous.
There's levels.
absurd.
You're expecting him to ream these guys out. I'm saying they're having these conversations.
They might be having these conversations behind closed doors, which, look, that could be Rob Thompson's strategy.
And it
right?
could be. Now, you're taking a ream. Again, I'm not taking it to ream guys out. It should be a public thing is we don't want to see our players not hustle. That was a play that cost us a run. He doesn't have to say it meanly. He doesn't have to say it antagonistically. He can make a point to say, for this baseball team to get where we want to go, we need hustle on every play.
Why would managers say that to like the audience at large, to the world? Because they feel like the player needs to hear it said to everybody. That's when the message isn't getting across, that you need to approach it in a different way. Hey, I'm going to say it to the media.
Well, yeah, you tell the guy beforehand. Hey.
Exactly. And if you're telling him beforehand and the message is received, there is no reason to sit behind a microphone and say it.
Do you think the message has been received by Bryce Harper to run out every ball?
Bryce Harper.
Come on. Bryce Harper is a fantastic player.
And he does give it almost every single night, every single time. Yesterday was a different moment.
That's the first you've seen it?
No, it's not the first time I saw it, but it was the first time where it really changed what could have been in the ball game. And I do want to point it out. That's fine. I think it's totally fair to point it out.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it with Bryson Stott? An example in your head. I have not.
Not one that comes to the top of my head.
Have you seen it with Alec Bohm? I cannot think of an example.
I don't know.
Have you seen it with Brandon Marsh?
Brandon Marsh is also just trying to play every single day.
Okay, but you see what we're doing? The game here is, no, we do not see this from every player.
I'm sure.
We do not see this every game.
John, I'm sure you can find a moment for all those players. Just because we can't pull it off the top of our head from 162 games last year doesn't mean it didn't happen.
I'll try to keep an eye on it.
No, but it doesn't. It's not something that
look, and it was noticeable yesterday to the point where Tom McCarthy literally said it in real time. Like, I don't think when John texts us right away, and I go, yeah, I saw it too, and McCarthy literally said it on the broadcast. That's three people. That's just us three.
I think everybody saw it.
Right, and so it should be I'm not sitting here saying, bench his ass today.
No, exactly.
No, but it needs to be pointed out. I think it would be wrong to not point it out.
And that's fine. What I'm saying is that is the anomaly for a player that normally hustles too much, that was based out of frustration and not, I'm too good for this, or the team doesn't matter. And that's one that I imagine the manager said, hey, let's run that one out. And Bryce said, okay, and you move on.
Okay.
And that's how you handle it.
All right, so here's what we want to do. I know we got some texts coming in about Nick Sirianni. We have texts coming in about Bryce Harper. But I want to get into this some more. What is fair and unfair to ask about our athletes? I don't think it is unfair to ask somebody to run out a ground ball.
It's not.
At least in certain situations. Look, if it was nobody on, 2 out, we probably still would have been like, come on, Bryce. But the fact that a run could have scored, it's even more of an issue. So sometimes situationally, you can maybe not show as much hustle. What is fair and what is unfair to expect? I'm not even saying demand, just expect that of our athletes.
Yes.
We'd love to hear from you. 610-632-0975 on this beautiful Thursday morning. It's Kincade Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't demand more, Ricky.
7.5 The Fanatic. Let's give away the first $50 Wendy's gift card. Caller number.
Let's do
give me
it.
a number, Johnny.
You know it's me, 7.
Caller number 7 to the contest line, 215-263-0975 will win a $50 Wendy's gift card. So caller number 7 right now. Whatever you're up for, Wendy's is down. Stay up and stay fueled because Wendy's delivers late. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's delivery. Late night delivery hours may vary.
Brendan Gunn may be a little hampered this morning, so he could be a little slow to answer the phone.
Yeah, he's a little banged up from the pickup basketball night yesterday.
We're not all built for it, man.
Where we had 3 members of 97.5 The Fanatic. Myself, Connor, and B. Gunn, man.
And it was, for some reason, you guys did not get hit by the monsoon that
Not
we got
until
hit
the
by.
very end and I don't even think it was all that bad when we were leaving. Yeah, you guys got destroyed.
Yeah, we were getting destroyed. Lightning.
I thought you
thunder.
honestly thought you were in Florida during hurricane season.
It was unbelievable.
It was
Yeah,
crazy.
it was big.
And we barely got any of it. So call number 7, 215-263-0975. All right, Connor, what do we have going on the text line right now? Our 2 topics to start the show. Nick Sirianni, is he in a no-win situation, and is it unfair how some of us, myself included, will be handling the head coach heading into the 2024 season? And the Phillies with the bounce-back win, but we're talking a lot about the Bryce Harper situation yesterday when he doesn't bust it down the line. I mean, I wouldn't even say tried to bust. I would say
didn't even attempt.
He jogged down the first base line. And obviously didn't make a difference in the game. Phillies won 6-1, so I don't want to make it a criminal case, but I also want to point it out because we talk about certain players differently. Like I say, Jalen Hurts needs to be held to a different standard this year, a higher standard this year. He's no longer our baby, right? Tyrese Maxey, no longer our baby. We need to start being more critical of Tyrese Maxey moving forward.
You literally breastfeed Joel Embiid.
I do.
I don't think he literally does.
I mean, no, I think it sort of seems that way.
I have nipples, Greg.
I mean,
You milk me?
But I feel like sometimes Bryce Harper doesn't get touched at all.
no, he gets untouched. And you're making the point very clearly. It's not a federal case.
It's not a federal case.
But it is something that should be discussed.
I don't want to ignore it.
And it should be brought up.
So what do we have on the text line, Connor? You can call in or text in at 610-632-0975. And then to start the 7 o'clock hour, we'll dive deeper into the what is fair and unfair to demand of our athletes, which I can't believe I have to say we need to demand things out of our athletes that get paid just life-changing money.
Yeah, like $25, $30 million a year.
But what do we got on the text line, Connor?
Yeah, we have a bunch of people checking in on the Bryce Harper thing.
Okay.
First one here, no name on this one, but says, Andrew nailed it this morning about Bryce. I was worried he was going to poo-poo it away, but with guys on base, you need to score. You need to bust it. I expect these guys to play hard and to notice situations every time.
And that's why I say if it's 2 outs and nobody on,
We're not even... That topic doesn't even
come up. We're not even talking
up.
about it. But the fact that there was a runner on base and in a 2-0 ball game, in a game where you're trying to avoid a sweep, and I know Christopher Sanchez was dealing yesterday, but he was great. But you still never know could the wheels fall off for Christopher Sanchez. That offense scored 8 runs against you in game 1 of this series. And even though I felt very good about the game yesterday, look, insurance runs matter. One swing, baseball nowadays. Yeah. One swing of the bat changes
especially
everything.
with this bullpen at times.
Right.
There's guys in the bullpen, even though, got to give yesterday, Soto had a fantastic day.
He did.
Fantastic.
But if Harper busts it down the line, you're up 3-0.
That changes everything.
You still have a runner on third.
First and
Alec,
third.
Alec Boehm, who's up at the top of RBI leaders in Major League Baseball, comes up to the bat. And then the guy after Alec Boehm is Nick Castellanos, who had the best game of his season yesterday. Come on, Bryce. It would be unfair for me to let it go. I think it would be unfair for me to let it go.
I got you. Sal from Broomall also checks in.
What's
says,
up, Sal?
Jimmy had a pattern of doing it. Bryce gets a pass on this one. The guy most of the time is the definition of hustle.
I do not believe that is factual. I do not believe that Jimmy Rollins just talk about a pattern. He had it happen, but he had a manager who called it out. I believe that Bryce has these events not often.
Not often.
But I've absolutely seen it before.
And I think
I've absolutely seen it before.
I also believe that Bryce Harper I think he thinks about it. Again, I brought up the Chase Utley thing. It has been talked about that maybe if Chase Utley played at 80% sometimes and not 120%, maybe his career could have been extended because he was dealing with a lot of knee injuries. That guy busted it every.
He did.
And that's part of the reason why everybody loved Chase Utley, because Chase Utley played every game like it was his last, blah, blah, blah. But maybe his last could have been longer.
Sure.
Right? Maybe his last game could have been a couple years later into his career, and maybe that's a thing that is in Bryce Harper's head. I don't know. He may go, that's not an important time for me to bust it down the line.
With two runners on base? That's absurd.
Right, and that's a problem. And that's
absurd.
And that's why
I think that's where
today.
situational awareness needs to be talked.
Let's also talk about there were points in that game where he was like doubled over at first base, like hands on knees, where people were talking about, is there something off with him? He doesn't
I think he was
right.
frustrated.
It could have been.
Part of me
because
thinks he was frustrated.
Because he was fine. It was after he did his thing on the bat rack, which again, too, and TJ points this out. He goes, I do not remember, other than Alec Boehm, another player on this Phillies roster ever doing that to a bat rack. It's not done by every player.
Yeah, but it happens
every
all the
team.
time in baseball.
That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't happen every time around the Phillies, though.
No, but
I saw
around base-
Boehm do it last year against Arizona.
Yeah, it might not happen today for the Phillies, but it might happen today for the Padres.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
for example, there might be a guy who, I don't know, untucked his shirt, threw his hat off, and threw a glove into the stands.
Right.
There might be.
Literally last night.
Is that a headline?
Right?
It's
might
going to be. We'll talk about
Untucked
it.
his shirt. Oh, my gosh.
He may be working with a guy during his Sunday league who broke his pinky knuckle because he punched something because I was angry.
Yeah, I broke my wrist punching a bench before.
Yeah.
Like, this stuff happens.
And it doesn't happen every day, but it happens every once in a while.
And it doesn't happen to every player.
Right. Well, I will tell you right now. I will tell you right now, John. There was at some point in his career, Garrett Stubbs did something like that.
Really?
It may not have been in the major league level. It could have been.
Oh well, yeah, absolutely. It might
Could have been minors. Could have been high school. Could have been college. Like every player's gone through
He
something
could
like
go
that.
back and correct that. We could have let him go back and correct that.
Maybe.
He went 2 for 4.
Well, he
Yeah,
did have,
he
he
ain't
did
going
have, he had a
anywhere.
nice
That's
day
great.
yesterday.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So what's the text on Sirianni before we go to break?
Yeah, text on Sirianni here. Blaine in Kentucky checks in and says Sirianni is in a no-win situation right now, and it's not warranted, in his opinion. I haven't seen a coach in this town this unjustly disrespected. He does have a lot to prove.
No, I think he's Blaine's exactly right.
He does have a lot
Andy
to
Reid was not on.
No, this is Andy Reid did not have what Nick Sirianni's had out of the gate.
Okay.
He did
Really?
not. No, he did not. He was 5-11, then 11-5 with a wild card win to playoff loss.
Okay.
And then losses. I mean, Nick Sirianni came out with the Super Bowl in his second year.
Okay. I got you.
Had a
That's fair.
playoff berth in his first year.
That is fair. All right, so I wanted to hear that text because that's one of our big talking points today. So coming up next, we'll reset the show to start the 7 o'clock hour as we always do. And I want to dive deeper into this question. What is fair and unfair for us to expect out of our athletes? Not stars. Athletes, period. Because
Everybody.
I don't want to hold people to different standards. Athletes, period. Answer that question for us as well. You can call in or text in 610-632-0975. John and Connor will give some as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A series-ending win.
No, this guy's clinically insane when he's talking about a food item that he would want blasted off the face of the earth that we will get into at some point.
Yes,
today.
if you had to remove a food item off the face of the earth.
But it's the most random thing.
It is random.
And you can't eat really something without it.
We'll get to it.
I'm stunned. We'll get to it at some point. I can't believe
I can't believe you're stunned I'm
stunned. It's because it's.
You think it's crazy?
Yes.
Okay.
Like there are food items that actually taste horribly.
This is one of them. They're terrible.
All right, this guy's Connor. I might need to get out of here because I don't feel safe anymore.
You'll be all right.
All right, so here's what we're talking about so far today. We open up the show talking about Nick Sirianni, whether or not he is in a no-win situation. If you have any Sirianni texts, you let me know, Connor. We started talking about it because we know that this year the Eagles should be a good football team, right?
They should be.
Yesterday, we literally had a conversation about the tagline of the 2024 Eagles, and I said NFC Championship game appearance or bust. That's how highly I think about this team.
And then Connor stole yours.
Yes, he did. It's how low I think about this division. It's how high I think that they could be in the conference standings. If not the 1 seed, they're the 2 seed. That means they have home field advantage until the NFC Championship game. I believe it's NFC Championship game or bust because of all the moves they made. And, of course, the big thing is still whether or not Nick Sirianni has a handle of things going into this season because there were issues last year that he could not figure out an answer for, whether it was on him or not to figure it out. You're the head coach. You're going to catch heat for it, right?
Okay.
We all agree? If there's issues in the locker room, even though it might not be coach to player, if it's between players, you're the head coach. You're the boss. You try to figure it out. I had issues with him not taking over the play calling duties when Brian Johnson was clearly in over his head. You brought in Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio to not only fix those mistakes by Brian Johnson and Sean Desai, I think it's also to try to make Nick Sirianni's life easier, which that's a great thing and all. But does that make me think that he's some great head coach that he needs people to make his life easier?
Well, I mean, I'm going to tell you that most coaches that win have great coordinators.
Yeah.
I can't think of the last head coach that won Super Bowls or had sustained success that didn't have top-notch coordinators.
Unless you're Andy Reid and you're the play caller offensively.
And he had Jim Johnson for all of his early
Jim
success.
Johnson, now Steve Spagnuolo defensively.
Right.
But on the offensive side of the ball, it's been the Andy Reid show. I know he had Eric Bieniemy for a long time.
No, I get you.
Former Super Bowl champion head coach Doug Peterson.
Correct.
Right? I know he's had great guys on his staff.
But I still look at him and say, look, Andy had much more fingerprints over an offense. He was spectacular with it.
Right. But that's why he's one of the best coaches of all time. So I
think he's the best.
Right.
To me, I think he is the best.
You have said that multiple times.
I do think he's number one all time.
So is Nick Sirianni going into a season where it's a no-win situation that if they win, he won't get the credit? Because I know I'll do that. If the Eagles' offense looks dynamite this year, like I expect them to look last year, my first person to give credit to will be Kellen Moore. Howie Roseman for acquiring Saquon Barkley will probably be second. And then I'll also give Jalen Hurts because he's the guy that's throwing the football before I give Nick Sirianni any credit.
If we get to the bye week, first 4 NFC games, then we get to the bye week, that first weekend in October, get the pumpkin patch schedule, by the way.
Yep.
I'm going to tell you, if you look at that team and they're rolling, they look great. They don't look like last year where they just are struggling through those early games. They look like a well-oiled machine. I think you're being completely unfair.
Okay.
I really do.
I don't think so.
Completely unfair.
Because if the offense is moving good and it's not bubble screen to your left, to your right, it's not the same 4 plays that they ran over and over and over again. It's like back in the day in Madden when you do the recently played plays. That's basically what it was.
Right.
He was just stuck on that page, and they would run the same 3 plays over and over and over again. If there's a whole new look, Kellen Moore himself was asked about pre-snap motion, and he himself says that it's very important to have. Nick Sirianni poo-pooed it. And if there's pre-snap motion, I'll go, all right, this is Kellen Moore. I think I'll be able to tell on the first play of week 1. If there's a pre-snap motion, I'll go, oh, this is Kellen Moore's offense.
Well,
Sirianni has nothing to do with this.
No, we've had 3 years. There's 3 years of data. We know that if there's a ton of motion in this offense, by the way,
it's Kellen Moore's.
Right. It's Kellen Moore's.
And so if the offense is moving, because this is what the team is built on, this team is built on their offense. It's Kellen Moore's.
How about when you see the first 3 series of the year and you see Jalen Hurts under center for probably 50 to 60% of the snaps.
Then it's Kellen Moore.
It has nothing to do with Nick Sirianni.
So then you're making my point.
No, it would be as far as but there's also other things that go into it.
I know.
That go into, but I'm saying to you is I understand where you're coming from completely. I expect this offense to be Kellen Moore's.
Yes,
and if it's not,
should be.
And if it's not, I'm going to scream bloody murder.
Right, absolutely.
Because the guy produces top 5 point scoring offenses.
So is Nick Sirianni heading into a season where he's in a no-win situation? Because if they lose, he'll be the one that everybody wants fired, and we'll say this is the reason why they're losing. And John believes it's unfair for Sirianni to go into a season with a no-win situation. I think I'm putting it out fairly that if the offense looks good, I'm not giving Sirianni the credit. I'll give it all to Kellen Moore and what Howie Roseman was able to do with what he did building up that offense, not just this past offseason, but in years past, getting A.J. Brown, drafting for Devontae Smith.
So you would disregard what you've learned from a Hall of Famer in Jason Kelsey or Fletcher Cox?
Absolutely.
What they've said about him?
Absolutely.
You think they're just saying it to be good nice guys?
They're not here anymore.
Okay.
Jason Kelsey
but they had him for 3 years.
Kelsey did the exact same thing for Doug Peterson, and Doug Peterson got fired not that long after that.
No, but I mean, you would disregard their opinion, though.
Yes.
Okay. I can't do that.
All right.
I can't do that.
We'd love to hear from you, 610-632-0975. Also, the Bryce Harper conversation that we'll get into in a second. But what do we have on Sirianni on the text line, Connor?
Chris from Morrisville checks in, says, question for John. If Sirianni doesn't control the offense and the offense gets better, he doesn't control the defense and the defense gets better, what credit does he deserve? Because what did he do technically? What can he do to change my opinion on him if those things are correct?
I think a well-oiled machine can be, and I am not comparing him to these two guys. I am not saying it. But it is a comparable view of what they do in John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin, two of the most respected coaches in the game. Do not run their offense, do not run their defense. So I'm saying is that Nick Sirianni can get credit. There are things that they are credited because one of the things about Tomlin and John Harbaugh, they get credited because their teams look well coached. Mm-hmm. Their teams look like they're organized. They're well coached. They're not scrambling. I think Nick Sirianni can bring that framework that the Eagles could be looked upon as being a well-coached team. They don't look like they're caught off guard, scrambling. They don't look like they've been out game planned. The game plan goes through the head coach. Every single one of these coordinators, they still present.
Go through him, right.
They still present to the head coach. Here's what we want to do. I don't believe Nick Sirianni is going to be able to just. I don't think the situation's going to be, hey, back to the drawing board, Vic Fangio. I don't like your defensive plan. I think it's going to be Nick just tweaking it, and I think the same thing's going to be with Kellen Moore. I think both of those guys were brought in here to be able to do their job, but he can fine-tune it. When you look at Tomlin, guys like him, and you look at Harbaugh, I'm not saying that he should be considered even in the discussion with them yet, but they both get credit all the time for their teams being well-coached and also being consistent.
You're absolutely right. Here's the problem.
Okay.
How do you prove it?
How do you prove?
I'll give you.
How do you prove it with Tomlin and Harbaugh?
They don't. But here's the problem with them. They've been really good for a long time.
Okay, well,
they have the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, Nick Sirianni's made the playoffs 3 years for 3 years, and by the way, that's better than both of those guys.
Well, let's not do that. Let's do.
Why you don't want to do that because it works?
John, give me a second. Let's do the Super Bowl appearance because the first time he made the playoffs, they got smoked, and the third time he made the playoffs, they got smoked.
They did.
So
how about the Super Bowl where they win 2 games by blowout, and then go to the Super Bowl and literally are tied with a minute to go?
I agree. I'm saying let's use that, but that to me is the true calling card, and that's 1 year. Like those other guys have a lot of stuff to hang their hats on. My problem is not that you're wrong. My problem is that the fan base will never believe it, and you will never be able to give them proof.
Now, fine. I'll give you something that I would like to see that would prove that Sirianni's doing a better job handling the situation. I need that sideline to not look tense every second of the game.
Okay, that's a great one.
Dude, they looked tense every second last season, even when they were winning. How many times did we talk about Jalen Hurts looking like he was miserable? And that's just Jalen Hurts. I don't know, because I saw him smiling 2 years ago, right? They were 10-1 2 seasons ago as well, and they seem to be having fun on the sideline.
He didn't have the glazed over look that he had last year.
Right. And Sirianni himself has talked about his actions on the sideline last year, how he needs to be better at it. I still can't believe we talk about it, but if he truly feels this way, this is insane. But that the Big Dom suspension is a big reason why he lost his mind on the sideline last season once Big Dom left. I still can't believe that we have to credit, and this is no disrespect to Big Dom.
No.
I can't believe that a head coach needs to credit the head of security that much for him to have his head on straight on the sideline. But he was part of the problem. He's part of the reason why they were so tense. He's yelling at his linebackers coach. He's yelling at, and look, head coaches yell. Like, I'm not saying, oh, God forbid you yell at your players. It just seemed like the voice wasn't really being heard well during the games last year.
Bob and I butted heads on this all the time. Like, he's like, I want Nick Sirianni to just be who he is. I don't want my head coach clowning and mugging for the Fox cameras when the game's going well. I don't want my coach getting into literal fights on the field verbally with opposing players. I don't want my head coach having to be constantly like hey, coach, calm down. I want a guy who is large and in charge. And look, it'll get brought up. Well, Sean McVay has a holdback guy. Every coach usually has a guy that does that. Sean McVay is also calling the offense. Sean McVay is also a guy who's completely in control in the game of what's going on.
Right.
It's completely different than what Nick Sirianni.
Now, I will say this.
And that's how he could show me.
Because I do like when they're playing well that he's fired up. I do. I have no problem
You like
with
mugging for the camera, like finding the Fox cameras.
No problem with it.
Yes, sir.
But here is my problem. When you're losing, you have to handle yourself better. And he was not handling himself well last year. I always think about the Michael Jordan clip from The Last Dance where he said it's easy to talk when you're up 2-0 in a series. It's like you're really crazy if you're talking when you're losing or tied. Right? Like that's when we find out who really feels good. I forget. I'm paraphrasing a little bit.
Yeah.
But he's talking about Nick Sirianni. Sirianni's, when they're up, he's talking smack.
Oh, it's good time, Charlie.
The second they're losing, he's yelling at his teammates. Right. Or he looks like deer in the headlights, which he did a lot of times last year, too. So it's great. I am totally fine with him being the guy that he is when they're winning. But when they're losing, you got to act differently, and he did not last year.
So, in other words, when they're losing, he can't be the guy that he is.
No, he just has to hold himself to it.
Well, then he has to change his behaviors.
Yes.
It's like the guy who's out of control when they're winning, the guy who is totally doing things that, by the way, no other NFL coach does. No other coach does it that I can think of, past or present, does it. He's his own man. Okay, fine. It is, to me, it is sophomoric. And it's something that I would like to see him change. But I'm also the guy defending him today, that I believe he can show me things that would get me back on his bandwagon.
Right.
He can show me, if he shows me a well-oiled machine, I absolutely will be in the Sirianni camp. And I'm not out of it right now, by the way. I'm not out of it. I can tell you, though, his players, they showed you in the Super Bowl, when his own quarterback had to knock his arm down.
I know.
His own quarterback doesn't like it. His own quarterback saw he was schooled by Nick Saban and Lincoln Riley, who wouldn't pull that crap.
His own quarterback might be the most boring guy in the NFL.
He may be. Tom Brady was too. Tom Brady was too.
I just watched a clip of Tom Brady yelling at Tyrann Mathieu in a Super Bowl, then going to the opposing sideline and screaming in his face.
Tom Brady got into it with Josh McDaniel once.
Yeah.
And got into it also with the former coach, Bill O'Brien, and literally once knocked a thing out of a hand, got into his face, blah, 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 blah. You know, they're going at it. There's a lot of times where players will voice a displeasure with a coach and say, I don't like it. Usually it's with an assistant. It's rarely ever with a head coach.
Here's the Jordan quote, word for word. That's a sign of a good man. If he can talk bleep when it's an even score or talk bleep when you're behind. When you're ahead, it's easy to talk.
Yep. And that's what he does.
That's what he does. And I think that's one thing I'll be looking for early on in the season is to see whether or not that sideline's tense. Because they were all last season, and the second they lost to the 49ers game, they looked dead.
And he got into it with Devontae one time.
Couple times, yeah.
Devontae had to stop him from getting into it with A.J. Brown.
Right.
I mean, and
it's okay for him to bark. I'm okay with him barking. It's just when it gets to a certain point where players are like,
dude,
dude,
back off.
610-632-0975, the number to climb in or text in. Also talking about Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper yesterday, Phillies win. I know it's not the biggest story for the game, but Bryce Harper, it's a sharp grounder shortstop with runners on second and third. There was 2 outs. There was an errant throw. And Bryce Harper was still about 30 feet from first base because he didn't run down the first base line.
He would have absolutely been safe.
So give us another text on that, Connor, and then I want to open up this other topic about what we should expect from our athletes in Philadelphia. What do we got, Connor?
Yeah, Frank from Philly checks in and says, did the Phillies win? Stop it. We don't know if Rob Thompson said anything, and we don't need to know what he said to them if he did. I agree with Connor. You guys are nitpicking.
The Phillies did win yesterday, and I pointed out that it is not the main story from the game yesterday, but it is something to actually talk about. It's not a federal case.
We said that, so that's absolutely a false narrative.
But,
well, no, his point is fair about we don't know if Rob Thompson said something, and we don't need to say.
I didn't say that he did or didn't.
He's the same texter. That's the same texter. Not the same guy, literally. I'm saying the same texter who kept saying to me last year when they were 8-1, 9-1, and 10-1, and I'd come in and say all the good things that we saw in the game, but I'd say this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Oh my God, you're nitpicking an 8-1 team only in Philadelphia.
Okay,
are people going to criticize?
See, you can, John. We got to bury that right now.
What?
This Phillies team is not that Eagles team. We cannot compare those two. John, they're so much better.
Yeah, there's no flaws.
No,
roster
you can
flaws.
absolutely. It is okay to throw a bunch of bouquets and still point out things that aren't good.
Right.
Even in a win, it's okay to do that.
But you gotta,
and in this town has gotten very soft. If that's the case, because it was never the DNA of this city.
I just think you're very wrong to think this team is anything like the Eagles. The Eagles were broken last year.
He's just making a comparison.
I'm making a comparison.
I understand, but the Eagles, it's fair because we saw that they had stuff wrong with them.
It's okay to say that bad base running can come back and haunt you.
It is okay to say that.
It's okay to say that. It's okay to say, and a constant bad base running since this manager has been in place, and it never changes. It never, ever changes.
Look, I just talked about the Sixers losing a series to the Knicks because of lack of effort in 2 games.
Yeah. That team was broken as well.
It was, and this Phillies team is better. You're right. But it's fair to point out certain things.
I got you.
He
what
said
happened
he
yesterday.
He led with, they won the game, guys. That's exactly what people said all Eagles season last year.
I understand.
And it was dumb.
Situational.
Sound it out. The situation yesterday in which Bryce Harper grounded out, it's inexcusable that he did not bust it down the line. If it was nobody on, 2 outs, fine. We're not even talking about it. The fact that there was runners on second and third, and let's face it, he cost his team a run yesterday.
Right. It is.
And runs, it's not like you score 12 runs a baseball game. They scored 6 yesterday because they tacked on insurance runs. Castellanos had a great day yesterday. But they just got shut out the previous game. That's another thing that we have to talk about. They just got shut out in the previous game. The bats have been a little bit quiet in the last couple of days. Colorado series, the first 2 games against San Francisco. Bryce Harper's bat has been quiet over the last 4 games. He gets a chance to put the ball in play, and he doesn't bust it down the line in a situation in which if it throws offline, in which it was, you score a run. I'm not saying you keep the inning alive and now there's a runner on first with Alec Bohm up the bat.
Yes.
You score a run, Connor, and you're letting them go off the hook.
It's wrong. It's not inexcusable. It's wrong. Okay? I agree with the premise, but you'll have to understand the greater picture around what happened. It's not that big of a deal.
If
picture here.
The Phillies, at the time it was 2-0.
2-0.
If the Phillies end up losing that game 3-2.
And if your aunt had...
No.
Yeah, but
does your
seriously,
opinion change?
Connor,
it does matter.
Absolutely.
That does matter.
One swing of the bat. You always have to be thinking about what
San
could
Francisco,
end up happening.
a house of horrors that we were both concerned about.
Yeah.
If they lose that game,
right.
do you have a different opinion on it?
Well, no. I'm saying it's wrong. I'm saying he shouldn't have done, he should have hustled. I'm not saying Bryce Harper has the right to not run. I'm saying I can understand the situation, and I can understand the bigger picture of the season, and I can understand the player and the track record, and I'm not gonna get after him for it.
I'm not saying bench him.
Right, we're not.
And I don't care about track record.
Well, you have to care about track record.
In that situation, I don't care who the player is. It could have been Bryce Harper. It could have been Garrett Stubbs. It could have been you and your softball team.
Well,
in that situation,
he takes walks
yes,
in
he does.
softball.
You're not hitting the ball. In that situation, you bust it down the line because you could have scored a run. He ended up costing the Phillies a run in that situation. And at the time, oh, they ended up winning 6-1. At the time, it was a close ball game against a team that had won the first 2 in the series. And I don't think that's being over dramatic.
It's not.
You can climb in 610-632-0975. What do you expect out of your players night in and night out? We dive into that coming up next. I have an answer that I wrote down right away, and there's a prime player that I will use the example for, and he had a great day yesterday. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Thursday. I was told that the Wendy's has reached the building, so we'll be enjoying that coming up during one of our next commercial breaks.
That sounds fantastic.
We have 3 more $50 Wendy's gift cards to give away. We're giving away one an hour, so at some point this hour, I'll let you know when to call in for our second $50 Wendy's gift card to give away today. So a lot of stuff on the table so far. Nick Sirianni, is he entering a season where he's in a no-win situation, and will that be unfairly treated? And John believes a lot of people will be D's.
That are going in with an opinion that cannot be moved. I think that's completely completely out of bounds.
Got me. Guilty
now,
as charged.
I have somebody here going, do you ever think that your opinion will change on Garrett Stubbs? I said, yeah. Garrett Stubbs starts actually producing more on a consistent basis. I absolutely would think that. If he's, I would absolutely be willing to change
average,
my opinion.
Dude, he's 4 for his last 8.
He is.
Averages
He's done
up to
well.
170, man.
Right.
It's climbing.
He was in 107 like a week ago.
And the other thing that we're
104,
talking about is the Bryce Harper not busting it down the line yesterday that ended up costing the Phillies a run. And, John, believe it or not, we're on an island here.
Yeah, of course.
And I knew we would be because Bryce Harper is held to a much different standard than a lot of players. And look, I love Bryce Harper. I don't think you have to go far to find out whether or not I love Bryce Harper. I absolutely love Bryce Harper.
My gosh.
But a moment like that yesterday where it literally cost the Phillies a run in what at the time was a close ball game, I think it is fair to talk about it and fair to point out. And we have had texters disagree with us on a normal like on a fine level, right? It's like, hey, I disagree. Sure. But I'm sure, Connor, feel free to tell us if we have some texts that are coming in where people are like, you idiots, you
Careful
guys.
what you ask for.
All right, what do we got? I'm a big man. I'm not afraid to point out when a player did something that should not be done. And just because they won the baseball game, it's still fair to say, hey, next time, Bryce, I would appreciate it if you ran down the line because if you did, a run would have scored in that situation. And just because you were already up 2-0 and you ended up winning 6-1, who knows? Next inning, the Giants could have had a 3-run, 4-run home run. Wheeler wasn't on the mound yesterday. It was Christopher Sanchez, who we have talked about, maybe him being the guy that should have gone to the bullpen over Spencer Turnbull. Do we not remember these conversations?
What does the texter say?
What do they say?
So, first-time texter here.
Okay.
I want to check in on this.
I appreciate you texting.
So we're going to sit up here and make a big deal about Bryce Harper's base running when he, for the most part, delivers when we need him to. That's just ridiculous.
He does deliver when we need him.
He does, and he gets tons of praise when he does. I can't understand this at all. Like, I honestly, my brain may be different, so I've accepted that, is that I can't believe people are like, well, he comes through and on these situations, but then something basic, which he should do, is just, that should be accepted.
It is wild how so much has changed because Jimmy Rollins was my favorite player growing up. Jimmy Rollins and Chooch, because I was a catcher, so I loved watching Carlos Ruiz, right? But Jimmy Rollins was my favorite player, and I would be upset those times where he didn't bust it down the line. And he was my favorite player. I held him to a certain standard because he was my favorite
in this city for it.
And Bryce Harper goes, it's all good. And Chase Utley was everybody's favorite because he did bust it down the line all the time. Maybe society's changed. Maybe people will realize sports science and all that kind of stuff. I make the point that Chase Utley busting it down the line every single time may be part of the reason why it was banged up toward the end of his career. It's just interesting that texter says that. I wonder what they were saying when Chase Utley was playing, when they probably said, man, he plays it the right way. That's what everybody. Chase Utley plays ball the right way.
I can't take the sports science stuff, though. There's no, Bryce Harper goes, sports science tells me don't bust it down the line this time. No, there were 2 men on base. It should tell you that you always bust it down the line.
And 2 men on base, not first or second, so it's not like there was the flip to the second baseman in play, like the easy out at second.
Right.
No, the force was at first. Errant throw, runner scores, and that's exactly what happened, but Bryce Harper was still 30 feet from the line. It's okay to point out, no matter whether it's Bryce Harper or Garrett Stubbs, it's okay to point out when a player makes a mistake.
And Tom McCarthy did it.
I haven't told you he was right. I'm just saying, inexcusable is the wrong word. Wrong? Sure. It's excusable because of the track record and
fine.
who
If
he is.
Inexcusable is too harsh, I'll rescind the statement.
Please
but
do.
it was very wrong. Fine, very wrong.
Well, wrong is kind of just a
Very
pass
wrong.
fail. All right, we have a text from Chris in Westchester here that says,
Hi, Chris.
Connor's absolutely correct. Every player you can pull up a replay and show them not hustling down the first baseline at some point. Schwarber, JT, Bohm, each of them have their moments. They just so happen to be outs that don't cost them a run. Professionals don't hustle on every play. We're just amplifying the situation because there was a possibility to
Right,
score a
so
run.
So in other
that's
words,
why.
yes, that's why we're
And
doing it.
I've said it for an hour and a half today. If it was nobody on 2 outs,
We
and he
wouldn't
doesn't
even be
bust, I'm not
talking
talking
about
about
it.
it. But it cost them a run. Can you say, Connor, that if Bryce Harper busted down the line, we know how fast he is, that he would have been safe at first base and they would have scored a run?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
all it is.
that is then true for me to say it cost them a run yesterday.
Yes, it is.
All right.
And you
That's
know
all,
what?
and that's all.
And yes, they also won. That's also
Here's
fact.
what I think rational baseball fans do. Man, Bryce should have ran that out.
I am a rational baseball fan.
I think
I'm
that's
also
where
a
the
sports talk
conversation
radio
ends.
host.
I
Damn
think
it.
I think you're incredibly rational.
Yes, and that's
I really
why
do.
there are so many times where I won't even blink an eye at it.
Yeah, I don't think
cost
I don't
them
think
a
of you
run
as
yesterday.
I don't think
I
of you
agree it
ever as
cost a
being.
run.
I don't think of you as ever being the irrational fan.
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't hear it. I don't see it. And in this case, you are not. You are not.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. What is something, I'll give you my answer first, then I want to hear yours. What is something that we should expect out of our athletes night in and night out? And obviously, I get this idea off of the Bryce Harper thing. No, I don't expect them to bust it down the line every time they put the ball in play. Situationally, see, I can say the word. I was just having
You got it out of your
I had a
mouth
bit of
this
a,
time.
I had a bit of a stroke last night. I messed up during my read. It was a bit of a mess. We're regrouping here. Situationally, there's certain times where you do bust it down the line. The first thing I wrote down was just show that you care. Just show that you care.
What do you mean? Explain that a little bit.
So my first person I think of when I write that down is Nick Castellanos. And I think that is something that a lot of people have a problem with. The guy could go 0 for 5, swing at pitches outside of the strike zone that aren't even close to the strike zone, and it's, whatever. And I get it. Baseball, I play baseball my whole life. You're in the Hall of Fame if you convert 30% of the time, right? It's the hardest sport that there is to play. Hitting a round baseball with a round bat, and you have like a millisecond to think about whether or not you should swing. But in a year where Castellanos just climbed over hitting 200 yesterday, right? And I'm sure he does care. I'm sure he's in the clubhouse like, damn, I'm having a bad season. I just want you to show it. That's all. Because if it looks like you don't care, you're going to have a negative perception from a lot of people in the fan base. I think it's best for him to show that he cares a little bit more. And then people like Trey Turner, I applauded Turner for his press conferences last year when he was really going through a tough time. He himself would point out, yeah, I stink right now. Whereas Castellanos would say, it's baseball.
How about where Castellanos said this year, yeah, I go up there without a plan. That's how I have to be. I have to have a free mind. I don't care about all. I need to have a free. I'm just going to do things.
Which that
the way
lack
I've
of a
always done it.
plan got him a big contract because he was tremendous before coming to Philadelphia.
And it's not working. So change it.
So
up.
adapt.
So actually go and study the opposing pitcher. See where they're baiting you. See what you're not adjusting to. I don't understand it. His nonchalant attitude on that drives me nuts.
So just show that you care. Is something I expect.
Not a lot to ask.
It's something that I expect from any athlete, star to 25th guy on a baseball bench, 12th guy on an NBA bench, 53rd guy on a roster. Right? Just show that you care. What about you guys?
Yeah,
That's all I need.
That's kind
That's all I
of
need.
That's the only thing?
really. Yeah, I don't know.
I need you to be to me, I need you to be a good teammate too. I need you to not be the guy who points out, what I'm doing good, like Darius
Slay.
Well, Darius Slay, when things get tough, Darius Slay tends to point fingers. Well, look at my numbers. Look at my stats. You think I'm having a good year? You think I had a bad game? Look what I did. I hate that in a team.
And I think that's not asking too much.
You win and lose as a team.
Connor?
And always, and also too, when you're under fire, if you're going to ever point a finger, point out something you could do better first, then point out something that the entire team could do better.
Yep. All right. Another good answer. Can you think of one, or are you still with me with the showing that you care?
I think it all kind of just revolves around sportsmanship and the way you carry yourself. Like, I don't expect performance. I don't expect, like, anything crazy as far as your ability to play the sport. You're supposed to have that to be a professional. But
they're there. They're good athletes. Garrett Stubbs is better than a lot of catchers in the world.
Yes, most. Like a large majority. Yes. The guys that do it the right way, and it's very hard to explain all in just one point, but it's, being a good teammate.
When you see it.
Exactly. The guy that you'd say, I would want to be on his team.
Okay.
That's a great one.
And I think that's you know it when you see it. And I think everybody knows that they would want to be on a team with Bryce Harper.
Yes.
I think everybody knows that he gives it 99%, right, energy. It's just the 1% where once in a while, like yesterday, that happens. And I don't think Trey Turner is going, man, why'd I sign that contract when this guy's on the team?
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't think that happened yesterday. I don't think anybody's rolling their eyes at Bryce Harper.
Okay, well, here's the thing. There's no 100% athlete. A lot of guys will tell you, 100%. There's no 100% athlete. There might be one in all of baseball. It's the guy you hate up in New York. Brandon Nimmo is probably 100% because he sprints, and everyone calls him a loser for it.
One of our YouTubers sends in, and Haley gets it to us. By the way, we'll try to share as many as we can. Says it's very simple. The bar for this team is the title. I want to see championship-level habits. You are held to that standard.
That's a great response from one of our YouTube viewers. We appreciate it.
MBD
BDF.
BDBF.
That's my man. Yeah. I don't know what it stands for. I never asked. Shame on me for not asking. Maybe he can answer. But yeah, we appreciate all our YouTube viewers. You can check out the show on YouTube. We're there every single day. And we'll continue the conversation your way next. 610-632-0975. Great conversation that we're having so far today. Nick Sirianni, is he entering an unfair situation this year where he's in a no-win situation? And reaction to Bryce Harper not busting it down the line yesterday. What do we expect out of our athletes on a daily basis? Give us some answers on that conversation as well. 610-632-0975. And an update, John.
Update?
On Kelsey Gate in Margate.
Good, I love it.
It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now is the time to become a fanatic.
Kincade Salciunas. I just had my Wendy's breakfast burrito. And Connor, we welcomed a new man to the fan club.
We did.
John Kincade, first time trying the breakfast burrito.
Okay, it was a lot going on, but it's a really delicious sandwich.
Did I overplay it?
No, you did not.
Exactly.
That is. If you're talking about a muffin sandwich, that blows away a muffin sandwich.
Oh, yeah, dude. That's
It also feels
top tier.
It also feels like you're eating less than a muffin sandwich.
I could eat 4 of those, I think.
Yeah, I bet you could put them down.
They were delicious. So you know what? Why don't you go out and buy one? If you're call number 3 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. Call number 3 will win a $50 Wendy's gift card. Our second for the day. Whatever you're up for, Wendy's is down. Stay up and stay fueled because Wendy's delivers late. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's delivery late night. Delivery hours may vary. And
So you're
I know,
buying one on us.
I know that the tagline is for the late night delivery. I'm also suggesting you go for breakfast and grab that breakfast burrito. And oh, by the way, the power of advertising works. My cousin texted me last week. He said, all right, I've heard you talk about this burrito for 3 weeks now. I'm going right now. And we had a couple of tweeters say, which one did you get, the sausage or bacon? I've been pro-sausage the entire time.
More of a sausage, man.
Yeah. So call number 3, 215-263-0975.
By the way, one thing, too, there was something in the game yesterday that really did make me chuckle.
What's that?
The game of grab ass, the big baseball tough guy fights.
Oh,
It's like big baseball. Hey, hold me back. Nothing faker than
Did
a
you see?
baseball
Did
fight.
you see who actually?
Yeah.
Pat Burrell.
Yeah, that's a
Pat-
problem.
Pat Burrell.
You called it out.
Whose side are you on, Pat?
And oh, by the way, whether you're what side you're on, you're an assistant coach now, man. Like that's as if Nick Sirianni. Like let the players handle the business.
You got to be careful. A couple more years, someone's got Pedro Martinez him, too.
Oh yeah, exactly. Oh, he's
that
not
is-
up there at age that much.
That was that was surprising. But there's nothing more fraudulent in sports
Than
than
baseball.
a baseball bench clearing. Man, hold me back, dudes.
Yeah.
And then we'll run in from the bullpen and hold us back. Bunch of fake tough guys.
It really
Fake.
is.
I don't know. What sport is there a real one?
Football, but they're
football.
dumb because they
Football,
punch
they're
helmets.
dumb.
Football, they're
Ba-
already hitting. So
Wait a minute. Whoa. I've seen basketball fights that are nasty.
Yeah,
Guys landing
Yeah.
punches.
There's also a lot of. There's a lot
Hockey,
of.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah, hockey's the one.
No, I think I've seen some punches thrown, elbows thrown, stuff like that.
Take Draymond Green out, have you?
There's a lot of fake tough guys in the NBA. I have said this on record a million times. I'm not afraid to say it.
You could fight an NBA player.
He'd kick my ass, but I think Jimmy Butler is a fake tough guy.
Oh, I absolutely.
Wow.
Jimmy Butler stirs things and is the first one to be the hold me back guy.
You think Jimmy Butler is like a real tough guy? Like walk in, and he's like gonna intimidate people.
Like, you know who I'm actually afraid of? Who was the guy that went after LeBron James?
Isaiah Stewart.
Isaiah Stewart. I'm actually afraid of that guy because he ran through one tunnel and came out another trying to fight LeBron James. Like, that guy I'm actually afraid of. Jimmy Butler, the hold me back guy. How many times has he been in a scuffle where he comes out first? It's like Deshaun Jackson when the Eagles and Redskins got in a fight. Remember
Right.
that?
Oh,
with
yeah.
The Chris Baker hit on Nick
yes.
Foles. And Deshaun Jackson's the only guy not in the pile. Like, that's
Hey,
who Jimmy
bro,
Butler
Deshaun
is.
was like 140 pounds.
Deshaun's
I
like,
don't blame
what is
him.
he like 30? He wasn't he like 20 yards away wandering?
Yeah, he was. He wasn't
like
even
wandering
close.
at that point.
All right, so we'll get to some more text coming up, but an update on Kelsey Gate.
Okay, what's the deal?
Get it, Kelsey and Margate?
Yeah, it's very good.
How about that? So, still no word on what people are calling Karen Margate? Is that what her nickname is?
Karen Margate, I've seen more on social media.
Still no word from her and her team. But the mayor of Margate has checked in and has offered a free dinner on him to Jason and Kylie Kelsey.
Okay, how?
What?
I can't. Such an absolute let me capitalize on this.
What a
get
great,
attention
yes,
for it.
what a great, very smart political play by the mayor of Margate, man. But anyways, they are offering a free dinner to the Kelseys. Not that they need it.
Yes.
But they're getting a dinner on the mayor or on the restaurant because I'm sure the mayor's not even going to be paying. But I think that's cool of the mayor to do that. Now, the next question is, does the mayor try to figure out who this person is? Because he doesn't want his town to have a bad look.
I guarantee you he already knows.
You think so?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Probably. Especially when she's dropping the you'll never be allowed back in this town again.
They know. And I'm glad, though, that it seems like it's calmed down a little bit because it's like people are looking to dox her.
Oh, dude. People are
I'm
still
like,
trying.
You're, you know what? If you wake up wanting to insert yourself into the Kelsey's scuffle on a parking lot, and you're looking to, like, let's get this woman's address. You're an a-hole. You are the a-hole. You are just as big a one as this woman was in what she did. You are not involved. You only feel you're involved because you're watching on your phone. Leave it alone. The Kelseys.
Dude, the Swifties, man. The Swifties are after.
Let's find out who this woman is. Let's give her. I saw numerous people yesterday. No, there's no telling. Somebody knows her address. You know her address for what? Are you that big a jerk?
John, be nice to the Swifties. They'll come for us next.
They'll come after you, man. Look, it's
come on,
horribly, but
you know that's not right.
Joe Santoliquito,
right?
Somebody tried throwing a brick through his window because he wrote an article on Carson Wentz.
That ended up, by the way, again, for my classmate from high school, Joe Santoliquito, being right.
Right.
Something he was right about.
You know who wasn't right? The person throwing the brick, they threw it to the wrong. Remember they hit the wrong house?
The wrong house. By the way, it might have been Soto. But yesterday he had his. He
still has that every once in a while.
Yeah, he does. He had his control.
So that's your latest on the Kelsey situation. We'll keep you posted if we ever find out who did it. I want her. Look, she would be smart to do it herself. To just come out and face the music. All right, coming up next, we do our reset as we do at the top of every hour. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas at 8:05. And then from Inside the Birds, Andrew DeCecco will join us at 8:10. Also in the 8 o'clock hour, another Wendy's gift card to give away. And John Kincade believes we missed something on the Eagles' schedule. And the G word might still be in play.
No.
It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports.
Salciunas. Good Thursday morning. Have a nice, safe trip into work today.
I love how you say that.
Yeah, I look after the people.
There's lots of danger on the roadways around here. Anyway.
So please have a safe drive into work. And,
like that.
And then we can,
all assemble again tomorrow.
That'd be great. Andrew DeCecco from Inside the Birds joins us at 8:10 today. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up at 8:05. But just to remind you what we're talking about today, Nick Sirianni, is he entering an unfair no-win situation season heading into 2024? Because if the Eagles win, in my opinion, and the offense looks great, I'm giving all the credit to Kellen Moore. I'm not going to give any of it to Nick Sirianni. That's just who I am, how I feel. Now, I do believe there are things that Nick Sirianni can still do. I don't need my head coach to be a play caller. My head coach can be a CEO type.
Okay.
But when you are the CEO head coach, you have to make sure that everything else is going well and everything else is clicking. And he didn't do that last year, John.
And are you you're open to giving him some credit.
Yeah.
You're open to giving him some credit. It's just your opinion's not going to be moved on Nick Sirianni in your opinion.
Because ultimately, I think winning cures everything, and I think winning will be the offense with Kellen Moore this year.
I don't think that. I sort of don't think that's unfair. It's not like it's.
Look, I'm not naive. I know that head coaches do a million things. It's not just whether they call plays offensively or defensively. Okay, so I know that coaches do a million things, making decisions on when to go for it on fourth down, all that kind of stuff, right? So I'm not naive to that. But this team last year what we are talking about this team going into the season, we said the exact same things last year. Just the biggest difference is now you have a bigger named OC and a guy that has success in the past.
Well, last year, I honestly kept banging the drum that I was extremely concerned that they had went with two inexperienced coordinators.
Okay.
I never thought it would turn out like that.
Not like that, yeah.
But it was bad. Like
Okay.
I went into it saying I'm not buying into the vision that this is going to work out well.
And then the hot button topic that we've been talking about where you and I are just getting destroyed.
Yes.
Bryce Harper, there was a moment yesterday in the Phillies game in which they won 6-1. It didn't end up mattering. But Bryce Harper was up to bat. He's been struggling. He's not had a hit in 3 games. He struck out his first 3 at-bats. He hits a sharp grounder to shortstop in a 2-0 ball game. The shortstop had an errant throw to first, and Bryce Harper was still 30 feet away from first base because he didn't run down the line. If he does, he's safe at first, and the runner on third scores. Instead, it's inning over. I've made it clear that if there was nobody on base and the same thing happened, we're not talking about it. But the fact that he cost his team a run, I wanted to point it out. And it's led to a conversation about what we should expect out of our players, not star players, players night in and night out. And something like that, situational base running down the first baseline. And I'm not even saying that's smart or unsmart. It's just effort. It's just hustle.
It's just effort.
Hustle down the first baseline when there's a runner on third and an errant throw would score you a run, and that's exactly what could have happened, and it didn't. What text do we have coming in, Connor? Because I know that's been the big jumping off point for a lot of people because they just hate me and John today.
Yeah, and actually there is one texter that agrees with you.
Really?
Only one?
Who?
And this is the guy you want in your corner when it comes to Phillies conversation.
Who's that?
Jay from West Philly checks in.
I said at the beginning of the show, I literally thought of him yesterday.
Where's
when
Jay on
that
this?
play
Yes.
happened, I knew if I didn't bring it up today, he would come after me.
Deservingly so. by the way.
Deservingly so.
Yes.
And he always says you hold certain players to different standards than others. Bryce seems to get, nothing thrown his way. So, okay, and I'm pointing that out today. So what does Jay say on the text line?
Bryce Harper should be excommunicated from the city. Is what no, I'm kidding. He says, proud of you, Chunas. I know you and John are going to have a headache dealing with Spadaro today. Talking about me, saying I work for the team. I'll tell you what, if I could be Dave Spadaro one day, I'd be pretty cool with that.
I would take that in a heartbeat.
If I could keep my hair.
All right, so if you can get...
That is my college broadcast partner.
I love Dave.
That is, you don't take that. Man.
Well, listen, he can rock that look. I can't. I love Dave.
You never know.
Man,
Never
he got
know.
married.
I'll be there
He got
one day.
married this year.
He did.
Oh, bald is beautiful,
I
Connor.
have no issue.
Spud,
I just don't
by
want
the
it.
way, Spud's in a, Spadaro is in a untenable position. Because go to any team. When you write, when you are the coordinate, you coordinate all of that.
Yeah.
You're always going to be painted as the mouthpiece.
That's the
Right.
job.
But I have read critical pieces from Dave Spadaro,
Okay.
especially post-game, after an effort. I could go back to last year, pieces that were written after games that certainly weren't mouthpieces.
Okay.
So, I mean, you should not be. Wear that as a badge of honor.
Yeah, no,
wear it, Connor.
He's the man. He actually let me wear his Super Bowl ring at the open practice the year after.
That's cool.
He was letting
That's
fans
awesome.
try it on. He's a great dude.
That's awesome.
All right, 8:06. Time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What up, Connor?
How are we feeling today, boys?
Good. Wendy's Thursdays?
It's a Wendy's Thursday. I'm pointing out the truth of Bryce Harper, and people just aren't there yet. It's okay.
Yeah,
I'm doing great, man.
Save it. Well, you're feeling better than Jorge Lopez is feeling today.
Yeah, dude, this is a great story.
So, if you're not familiar with him, it's okay because the Mets stink, and you might not know every guy that pitches for him, but he was in the game for the Mets yesterday, got tossed by the third base umpire for, I guess, arguing some
There was a check swing that he thought Ohtani went on. Ohtani clearly didn't go on, so he was wrong in his anger, but he was going at it with the third base umpire.
Throws his glove into the crowd on the way off the field, loses his mind, and didn't make it better with the post-game media availability.
Looking back on it, do you regret doing that?
No, I don't regret it. I think I've been looking the worst teammate probably in the whole MLB. So, whatever happened. So, whatever they want to do it. I'll be tomorrow here if they want me, whatever they want to do. So.
Well, they don't want him there tomorrow because they DFA'd him before the end of the day yesterday.
Before the end of the day, which is amazing. Now, there's question about whether or not he said team in or team 8. Like, I've been the worst teammate. And there have been people that have been coming to his defense. But here's the deal. Somebody actually asked for him to clarify, and he said exactly what he said the first time. And if the Mets DFA'd him, I think that's what he meant.
Yeah.
Because actually, his numbers aren't terrible this year. Like, he didn't get...
No, he's not terrible.
He didn't get DFA'd because of poor play. He said, it seems... If the Mets DFA'd him, I think it's clear that he said, I'm on the best team in the whole bleeping MLB. Worst team in the whole bleeping MLB.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, I don't know how
It's
you
hilarious,
because
too.
I could tell you is that would get you into in clubhouses that I knew well. That would get you potentially in a fist fight.
Yeah. Well, shout out the Mets. Things are going well up in Queens.
Yeah, dude.
See you guys soon.
I love
Keep
it,
it
man.
going,
It couldn't happen to a better franchise.
Have fun in London, boys.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, yes. I forgot about that. They meet up in a week.
Coming up next, we've got some big news from the world of golf. This is from the Jefferson County attorney, Mike O'Connell, on Scotty
here we go.
Scheffler's situation.
Connor's
that
victory
at
lap is
Valhalla.
coming.
Here's what they had to say.
Mr. Scheffler's characterization that this was, quote, a big misunderstanding, close quote, is corroborated by the evidence. The evidence we reviewed supports the conclusion that Detective Gillis was concerned for public safety at the scene when he initiated contact with Mr. Scheffler. However, Mr. Scheffler's actions and the evidence surrounding their exchange during this misunderstanding do not satisfy the elements of any criminal offenses.
That's fair. I mean, it's a fair assessment.
I am pro law enforcement. I believe that officer needs to be talked to.
He was reprimanded for
No,
that,
he was.
and
He
also
was,
for not
absolutely.
turning on his body cam. But real quick, if you don't mind.
Is this your victory lap?
And open floor. Open floor.
Wait a minute. Just pointed out, and it was, and I give credit to the Golf Channel, the one. Not Rich Lerner, my buddy from Temple University.
The Golf Channel.
The Golf Channel. One of their commentators said, but it is important to note that if he just followed directions,
don't even try that.
none of this
Don't even try
but
that.
here's the
None of it
deal.
happens.
But Connor, you can't be doing your victory lap because it was reported by Jeff Darlington that the cop was drugged
I
like 10 yards.
Jeff Darlington's report, which was an eyewitness report.
Guys, I'm 100% right on this one, and you guys are going to lose this a billion times out of a billion because all I said was it doesn't sound like something that's criminal. It's probably a misunderstanding. Let's wait for it to come out before you guys are
It was
saying.
more than a misunderstanding. It was a lie.
And the attorney
officer lied.
literally dropped
minute,
legal
though.
charges saying it was a misunderstanding, corroborated by evidence. You guys are wrong. I'd like an apology.
So wait a minute here. So Jeff Darlington
Apologizing
lied?
to you?
I don't believe it.
Maybe.
I don't believe
What do you
it.
mean Jeff
I don't
Darlington
believe-
lied?
Jeff Darlington was
it was dark out. Maybe his
You're
eyes
going to
played
fight
tricks.
the court of law saying
Yes.
what happened?
Jeff, I'm
Okay.
also going to say that, yes, Louisville's willing to kiss some backside to make
don't
something
play
go
that.
away in order to get another
Dude,
you guys are
major
wrong.
event.
There
Move
was that
on.
security camera where it was clear that the cop was not drugged.
Whoa. That was after the first
Oh, was it?
interaction,
Okay.
though. That was after the first interaction.
Okay.
And again,
Stop trying to weasel your way out of that.
That's clear.
Right, wrong.
I don't believe Jeff Darlington, an eyewitness, lied.
I
do not believe that.
He's a great
I don't
reporter,
believe Jeff Darlington is going on SportsCenter and doing all that, lying about
Okay,
something.
I can't win. Let's go to Andrew Pacheco.
All right, that was today's headlines with Connor Thomas. Thank you, Connor. All right, let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward. What's next from inside the Birds, and of course also 97.5. The Fanatic Andrew Pacheco joins us. What's up, Andrew?
What's happening, guys? I'm doing great. How's everybody?
We are doing fantastic.
Very good, buddy.
I know I love every day of OTAs. You've been putting out the tweet of the players you'll be keeping a closest eye on during that day of OTAs. Who has stood out to you so far the most, and the guys that you wanted to pay the most attention to?
Well, offensively, and keep in mind that Devontae Smith isn't there, and you're not seeing a whole lot from Saquon Barkley, and Jalen Hurts has mostly been short passes, conservative. I would say Paris Campbell really stood out the day that we saw him last week, and this is a really big summer for him, obviously, with not having Devontae Parker, who retired, and Devontae Smith wasn't there. Now, he could be there today. It's voluntary, but I think that he has a big opportunity in front of him to step up and seize that third role. On defense, I thought Devin White looked really good, sticking and carrying Saquon Barkley up the sideline and defending a pass really well. I thought that really accented his athleticism. I really wanted to see Eli Ricks today, and I want to see, because last week I didn't get a chance to see him in team drills. Nobody did, because he tweaked something early in practice, seemingly, and was sidelined. And to me, I think really highly of Eli Ricks. I think that he showed notable strides throughout the season, and he has the mentality that you want, and also the body type that you look for in a perimeter corner. And I want to see if he's able to build on last season's momentum.
I know that the word optional is there. They're not mandatory. But when you've observed teams before and everything, are you surprised at the amount of big names who don't participate?
Kind of. But then on the other side of that, John, I will say that there's other players that really, piqued my interest that they were there, such as Darius Slay. But he really said some good things last week in terms of his leadership and how he intends to be there for the young players and give them whatever they need. He always talks about giving back and setting and paving the way for younger players. That's something that he's been really consistent in his messaging. So I thought having him there spoke volumes. And then, a guy like a Devin White, I mean, he's the top linebacker, the new face of that reshaped unit, but him being there, and there's other examples, but yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a handful of veterans that aren't going to be there. But and it's also important to note that we were there for one day last week. That's not to say that they weren't there earlier in the week. They weren't there later in the week. They weren't there earlier this week. So I think all those things should be taken into consideration.
Speaking of Devin White, in your evaluation, you've been studying the tape of him in Tampa Bay before coming here. Obviously, he's the big name now at linebacker. He's been struggling every single year. The last couple of years, it seems like it's going downhill. Is it because of wear on the tire? Is it because he's getting exposed? Like, what has stood out to you about Devin White's struggles in the last couple of years? And do you think he can be fixed in this system this year?
Great question. No one's ever doubted Devin White's athleticism, Andrew, but it's always been his sort of, sometimes he'll go rogue a little bit and play a little bit unrestrained. And you want to see if he's able to play within the confines of Vic Fangio's defense. That's ultimately going to be the key in unlocking his full potential. And what I've seen from him thus far is his ability to play in space, cover a ton of ground. You see the range. He looks a little bit bigger than his listed weight at 237, which I think is good when you're used to seeing a lot of smaller linebackers. So I think it's ultimately going to come down to discipline and consistency with Devin White, and we'll have to see how that goes because the talent is immense if he's dialed in.
Now, next week's the mandatory camp, correct?
Yes.
For the 3 days there.
Yeah, June 4th through the 6th.
Okay, tell us, from many of us have never ever been. So tell people what it's like watching one of these optional OTAs compared to when we watch the team-organized minicamp next week, those 3 days.
Well, Nick Sirianni's never had a mandatory minicamp.
Correct.
So that's going to be something that I'm really excited to see how that goes. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of looming questions, especially pertaining to James Bradbury. Is he going to be there? And it's going to be a lot more structured, and you're going to be able to glean a lot more. All 3 of those days, as I understand, are going to be open to us, and you're going to be able to glean a lot more in terms of who's really making a climb up the depth chart. Right now, everything's really fluid, John, and I think obviously everything that they've seen from these 6 practices carries over into the minicamp, and you're going to see the depth chart really start to take place, and really you're not really able to see anything from the offensive line and defensive line in OTAs because it's a glorified passing camp. So you're going to be able to tell a lot more in those mandatory camps.
Now, I know this is a different kind of question for you because you're a journalist and an analyst, but I want you to try to put your fan cap on for a second or try to look through the lens of an Eagles fan. Our main topic today is whether or not Nick Sirianni is entering a no-win situation season. If the Eagles do well, he will not get any credit. If the Eagles do poorly, he will catch the heat and he will get the blame and everybody will be calling for his head. Is that true? And is that fair or unfair, Andrew DeCecco?
No, I don't think he's in a no-win situation, and I don't think it's fair because this is a coach that's done a lot of winning here, and I think that gets sort of swept under the rug when you look at last season in a vacuum, and I don't know that that's fair. Nick Sirianni, I mean, look, as a CEO head coach, there's a lot of those guys in the NFL, and when you look at what they're asked to do, I mean, it's a lot more than just standing there and handing off the defense to your coordinator and your offense. You have the strategic decisions in-game, namely with substitutions and decision-making, organization, morale, setting the temperature of the locker room. I heard you guys mention that earlier. You want to see that the sideline is not tense during the game. So the head coach plays a big part in that, as well as overseeing the whole team performance collectively like throughout the week. So I think that there's a big role that he has there, and he's the head coach of this football team. If they win, he ought to get credit. He's not. I mean, I think he warrants that. So I think it's unfair to kind of dismiss and minimize his role.
When you compare and contrast the Super Bowl season to last year, were you hearing things from players in the locker room that said to you, this head coach is having some issues?
No, not at all. In fact, if anything, it was quite the opposite. There was a strong backing for Nick Sirianni there. I know that, John, you alluded to Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelsey, who obviously are now retired, but there was a sentiment there that there's a relatability. There's someone who's completely locked in, and they like the passion and things like that. Now, that's all good and well when you're winning, but you need to be able to kind of harness that and control it when things aren't necessarily going your way. And Nick Sirianni, like, as I said, he's done a lot of winning here, so that comes with a lot of credibility. And there's never been a lack of buy-in from my estimation, and a lot of folks are following him. So I never got that sense whatsoever.
Andrew, we'll be following you, man. Keep up the great work. Always love the stuff that you're putting out on social media, and, of course, always love you coming on with us here on the morning show. We appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
There is Andrew DeCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline from Inside the Birds, and, of course, also here at 97.5, The Fanatic. All right, Connor, give me a number.
5. You already stole one. I wanted to go 3 for Bryce, but 5.
But you didn't run it out enough to...
No, Andrew already did it before.
Yeah, I hustled to it
You
first.
hustled to it earlier.
Call number 5 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. We'll win the third $50 Wendy's gift card that we have today. We've been doing this every single Thursday. We'll be doing this every single Thursday moving forward. $50 Wendy's gift card. So call number 5 in the contest line, 215-263-0975. Whatever you're up for, Wendy's is down. Stay up and stay fueled because Wendy's delivers late. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's delivery. Late night delivery hours may vary.
I wanted to have Andrew answer that question on the record because I know last year when I couldn't be down there on game days that I'd heard from various people in that they weren't hearing player unrest with Nick Sirianni.
Right.
They were hearing it more in other directions.
Yeah.
Pointed in other ways. So it makes me think that's part of the reason why Nick Sirianni's back.
But I also can make the case that he oversees all that stuff.
He does. No, he does.
He oversees it.
It was a toxic stew last year.
Yeah.
It really was.
And he could not come up with any solution over a course of 2 months, offensively and locker room wise.
And that's his job.
And then he also made the decision, according to him, which I don't believe, to move on from Sean Desai and bring in Matt Patricia.
Neither one of us believes
Neither one of us believe it, but hey, he said it, so that should be another mark on his record. Just saying. All right, coming up next, is there a gauntlet in the schedule? We said no, but Johnny Calculator over here did some research yesterday. He believes he did find the dreaded G word of the gauntlet. I think you're wrong, even though I don't even know where you're going at. But
Well, I knew that.
You could give me some information.
I'll convince you.
I'm not just going to completely, say
You're not going to Sirianni me.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phils get back on.
Kincade and Salciunas on this Thursday morning. Good morning, Philadelphia. Still to come on the show, we have our man Kevin Nagandi from ESPN. Will be joining us coming up at 9 o'clock. We'll get more of your text messages on today's topics. Is Sirianni entering a no-win situation this year, and is it fair or unfair? We also got into the Bryce Harper situation yesterday in the fourth inning where he doesn't leg out a ground ball to shortstop in a situation. And let's make it clear, in a situation, because people are all upset. Oh, they won. What does it matter? In a situation where if he busts it down the line, the errant throw, which happened, would have scored the runner from third base. Instead, Bryce Harper out at first base, and the run does not score.
Our buddy John Brightcliffe checking in. Thanks for protecting us all from fire, John.
Thank you, John.
He says he believes that it might have had something to do with the fact that he was just thrown at twice. Because it was after that.
Yeah, okay.
So he thinks that might have also, Bryce may have been just completely discombobulated because it came after the big confrontation on the field.
They'd gone up and in twice on him.
And he thinks that he might have been just frustrated between the two, and then he's pissed off, and then they have the bench clearer thing, which accounted to nothing. He says he believes that could absolutely have had a part of it. It could absolutely have part of it. Doesn't make it right, but it maybe explains a little bit more.
Some may say the mentality is to then bust it even harder.
Well, I would say so too. Make them pay.
But that's all my argument is right there. I'm not saying it was right. Like, it was wrong to not run that out. I'm just saying it's not inexcusable. Like, inexcusable means there is no excuse.
What would be this
situation, what you just read. And the fact that he had been mentioned on the broadcast.
You can't. There are times where you can't let the emotions get the best of you.
You're right. I'm not saying it was correct. Don't you understand?
I'm not asking him to leg out a triple on a chopper to the pitcher. I'm asking him to run down the first base line. He didn't even run at 70%.
And I'm not asking him to be somebody nobody else on the planet is. That happens to everybody.
All right. And if that happened to anybody, if it happened to Garrett Stubbs, I would call Garrett Stubbs out for it. Just because it's Bryce Harper doesn't mean we have to wear kids' gloves when we talk about him.
I'm not saying wear kids' gloves.
I love Bryce Harper. I love the day. Minutes after he signed with the Phillies, I was refreshing to see if I can buy his jersey. I don't buy jerseys. I wanted the Harper jersey. That's the last jersey I've purchased when he signed. I love Bryce Harper.
Correct.
One of the greatest sports moments of my life was being at the NLCS game when he hit the home run, opposite field through the rain against the Padres. That doesn't mean I shouldn't say, yo, Bryce, ground ball to the shortstop, runner on third base, 2 outs. You bust it down the line because there's an errant throw, the runner scores, and that's exactly what happened, and yet he was 30 feet from first base.
And it's not like it hasn't happened.
Right.
It's not like
I've also seen him bust it. I've seen him stupidly run the second base on balls that he shouldn't run the second base on. And we celebrate the effort because when he does make it to second base, we go, wow, what a great hustle play, right? So you have to take the good and the bad. If he's thrown out poorly at second base, the next time he might make it, and we celebrate the times he makes it. We rip him for the times it doesn't happen. But yesterday was just a lack of effort. That's all it was.
No.
That's a lack of effort.
There was also a point in the broadcast where he went down the tunnel, and Tom McCarthy mentioned it because Bryce Harper didn't look right.
And he ended up staying in the game.
He was fine.
I understand.
And had 2 more at-bats after that.
Staying in doesn't mean you're 100%. And John just brought up that tweet or email from
John Brightcliffe.
From John. Thank you for protecting us for fires again.
Yes.
But it's like saying he was just thrown up and in on twice. There was benches clearing. I know they didn't fight. And his back may have been bothering him.
Okay.
And all of these circumstances surround one ground out in the fourth inning of a baseball game in May that was the wrong time to not hustle because the situation lended to potentially scoring a run.
Now, here's the deal. Fair or unfair? It could be unfair for us to be critical because we don't know the conversations that happen behind closed doors. That conversation may have happened, right, John? It could have happened.
It could very well have happened.
I know you pointed out Charlie was very public about that
Correct.
stuff. Rob Thompson's job, he might not want to be public about it, right?
Charlie has said in an interview on this radio station, he didn't feel the need to keep it behind closed doors because everybody saw it.
Right.
So he said it wasn't about shaming the player.
Okay.
It was about respecting the fans and saying, they saw it, I should comment.
Well, maybe Rob feels the way he does it is the correct way, but here's the deal, Connor. I don't know if that conversation happened. I don't know if Bryce Harper's back was bothering him because nobody's talked about it. Just because Tom McCarthy made made reference to it on during the broadcast does not mean that Tom McCarthy looked at an MRI. I don't know what happened with Bryce Harper yesterday, whether or not it should have affected him from running down the first baseline or not.
Correct. This is similar to that Scotty Scheffler situation that we just talked about. I swear to God.
My God.
Listen to this. Logically, so imagine this in your head. You ask Bryce Harper right now, hey, should you have ran out that ball harder? Then what are we worried about?
Well, then why didn't you do it?
By the way,
then why didn't you do it? If you know that you should have, then why didn't you?
By the way, did anybody ask him? I didn't see anything. I'm looking at everything, and I have not seen anyone ask that question.
I didn't.
I'm shocked.
Maybe Topper gets asked about it during pregame availability. By the way, the Sixer Elixir checks in, something that we talked about earlier. People killed Jimmy Rollins for not hustling to first, but we can't rip Harper, keep the same energy. And I agree.
It's keep the same energy. Yes.
Has society changed? Is that what you're about to tell me?
Partially, but also the thing is, I think people ripped Jimmy unfairly. He was a great player.
By the way,
and he hustled a lot.
Jimmy disagrees with you, as he has said when they do the Players Lounge broadcasts. He's talked about it the last 2 years on those Players Lounge. He goes, at the time, he felt Charlie was riding him a little too much.
He looks back at it.
In retrospect, he understands that Charlie was right and that Charlie wanted the best for him, that he wanted to get the best out of him.
I'm not talking about Charlie. I'm talking about the fan base. Talking about people from the outside. The manager can handle it how they want. I trust good managers to know their players.
I say it, and I go over and over it again. We love who we love. We rip who we rip. And we will overlook something for someone we love and not overlook it for someone we rip. And that's bottom line.
What I'm saying, though, is if we treated Jimmy unfairly, which I believe that some people feel that this city at points treated Jimmy Rollins unfairly.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Then why would we continue that with Bryce Harper just to make it fair?
This isn't unfair.
No, that's the thing. It's the same. We're talking about, well, Jimmy got ripped, so Bryce should get ripped.
No, but
if it was unfair before, why are we continuing this with the next generation
why are we
of players?
changing standards? We shouldn't change standards.
If the standard is wrong, you change the standard.
Was the standard wrong to say you should hustle down the first baseline?
That's a conversation. If we do
I don't think that's a bad standard to expect more out of your players.
But to kill someone, I'm not saying
I'm not killing them.
I know
Nobody's
you're not.
killing them.
I'm saying some people are. Some people listen to this and say, okay, we're going to kill Bryce Harper over this. Like, if it was wrong before, doing it again to even the playing field is not the right thing.
No, but
we can correct
not
those
hustling
problems.
is also wrong before.
I understand.
Not hustling is still wrong today. Not hustling will be wrong next week. No matter how you and I react to it, how John reacts to it, how the listeners react to it, the Phillies fans, the Harper fans, the Rollins fans, it doesn't matter. Not hustling will be wrong next week and the week after that.
And there are instances where you let it go. That's just reality.
Yesterday's one I'm not going to let it go.
And I think you should.
You cost a run.
Okay.
And that makes me not want to let it go. Because next time it happens, I hope he does bust it down the line.
Then the baseline here is you're overvaluing the situation.
No,
I'm sorry you are.
Little things don't matter, until they do.
If the
bottom line.
And John said it, if the Phillies ended up losing yesterday 3-2, it would be a big reason why. Now, they won. But just because they won, I don't want to ignore the conversation. They won the game yesterday. That's great. It was a pivotal moment in the game yesterday where Bryce Harper did not just run down the first baseline. I didn't ask him to dive for a foul ball into the crowd and potentially break his face
but he
on
does
a seat
that.
like Derek Jeter. I know. I'm talking about running 90 feet.
No, he does dumb stuff like that, like into photo wells.
Right. He hustles so much, it's dumb. So I'm not worried about this being a problem for. We're trying to
pick the right times of the hustle. And yesterday was the right time to hustle.
He does. He picked one wrong time. Okay? And I'm willing to let that go because the dude's amazing.
All right. Connor's going to have to shower after this.
Yes.
I'm fine.
All right, the gauntlet, John.
What is this?
We got a gauntlet.
You believe there's a gauntlet in the Eagles' schedule. I'm going to guess I know where it is because there is one stretch where I can really see them losing back-to-back.
I did not believe we had a gauntlet. By the way, it's the first thing that I look at and say, do you have a gauntlet or not? When I look at it and I'll say, oh, okay, this is a bad schedule. I think it's a bad schedule whenever you can point at that.
Okay.
But network TV has done it to the Eagles again. The network TV executives wanted the Eagles during sweeps.
Yes.
Which is that November 1st to like Thanksgiving timeframe.
Yep.
When they set the ad rates for the entire year as one of the biggest times. The first 4 games yesterday, where this came out of is our friends at Bet Online. Jimmy Shapiro sent it along my way yesterday. BetOnline.ag has given out the lines of all 17 games. Yep. How many times teams are favored, how many times they're underdogs. Eagles are favored in 13, underdogs in 4. They are underdogs, though, in 4 out of a 6-week period.
Okay.
From October the 29th, when they play the Cincinnati Bengals.
27th.
Oh, 27th, excuse me. When they play the Cincinnati Bengals. Till December 1st. So we're talking about a 30, that makes 31 days, something like that, 33 days. In that period, they play 6 games, which already in and of itself is the most games they will play in that many days. I believe I had it 34 days. It's the most games they will play in that kind of span.
Yeah.
6 times. They are underdogs in 4 of those 6 games. And they are on a short week because of a situation, too, with the Washington Commanders in what should be the easiest game of the stretch.
But then you have 10 days rest before you take on the Rams in L.A.
But you're playing the most games, most 6 games are going to be played in the shortest amount of days. 4 of the 6 games you're going to be an underdog. And one of the games you're not an underdog, you're playing on a short week. I think that constitutes a gauntlet.
So I have them, if I'm just looking back, so it's the Bengals through the Panthers game?
It's Bengals until you play the Bengals through the Ravens.
All right, so that
through
that 5-game
6-game
stretch, sorry. That 6-game stretch, I think I have them going 3-3 at best. I remember looking back at it, I had them losing the Bengals, beating the Jags, losing to the Cowboys. I think they beat them at home at the end of the season. Beating the
3-3.
Beating the Commanders. And then I originally had LL Rams Ravens.
Right.
But I flipped it to W against the Rams, L against the Ravens.
And that is a tough.
It's a tough stretch.
That is a tough stretch. Being 4 out of so then I go to ESPN stats and information. Playoff teams from last year being underdogs in 4 out of 6 consecutive weeks. No other.
That's
going by this.
Hey, that's messed up.
I'm just saying, it's a tougher stretch, and I sort of brushed it off. I think that tells you something that at least it could be more difficult to navigate than it was. You start out 6 games as a favorite, you end 5 games as a favorite, as it sits right now.
Right.
Looks like the end should be easy. We thought that last year. But that middle, it's a sandwich of Bengals, Ravens, and everything in between.
Yeah.
I'd say I'm going to give it the G word. I'm going to call it a gauntlet.
All right, let's expand on this more coming up next. Is it more daunting than last year's gauntlet? 610-632-0975, the number to climb in to talk about all of our topics. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, around the bases with Andrew Sal.
dog of the year for the.
Yeah, so it's not like they are major underdogs, but they are, according to Vegas, considered underdogs at this given time. So the question is this gauntlet more daunting than last year? So,
and just get one thing with you.
Mm-hmm.
What do you, when you see a line, what do you guys consider to be a heavy favorite?
6.
You say 6 is a
it's
heavy
a touchdown,
favorite?
even though extra point is 7, but I go 6. That's touchdown.
I'd go a little bit lighter. I'd go 5.
Yeah, I know that
5's always a tricky
I've
one.
had a couple odds makers tell me that 4.5 is a heavy favorite.
Okay.
I always, in my mind, I scoff at that because my number is yours.
6, yeah.
6.5 to me means heavy favorite.
When I did the picks every Friday with Ray last year, if there was a line that had 5, I never touched it. Because it always went.
It's the suspicious line.
It always went one way or another. It was the weirdest thing to me.
Well, all the lines either go one way or another.
You know, there is a really good number, a really good betting number. We'll get into it more during football season, but I'll just tell you right off the bat. And I try to track it, and I know my brother has tracked it over the years. Tracking which line from the beginning of the week, so I would literally screenshot. It is Monday morning, or Tuesday morning. Here are the lines. And then I would screenshot it again on Fridays.
Right.
Whatever the biggest line movement was that the public moved the line, bet against the way the public moved it.
That's great. Yeah, it's great.
And I think it held. I know 2 years ago, the Eagles Super Bowl year, that formula held. If you did that, if you just did that formula, you were 14-4.
That's pretty good.
Betting against the public.
That's making money. So the gauntlet is at the Bengals, home against the Jags, at the Cowboys.
Sunday Night Football with Jags too.
Yep. At the Cowboys, home against the Commanders, at the Rams, at the Ravens. Last year's gauntlet started with the Cowboys game, even though they played the Dolphins 2 weeks earlier.
Right. It was. You can't. It has
the Commanders game was.
It has to
sandwiched
sort
in
of be a
between.
continuous stretch.
Dallas, home against Dallas, at Kansas City, home against Buffalo, home against San Francisco, at Dallas,
Much
at
tougher.
Seattle. Much tougher.
Much tougher.
Honestly, it's not even close because not that a Commanders game will be a cupcake because it's a short week and the Commanders always give the Eagles fits, and who knows about Trevor Lawrence this year. But those two games, I can safely say I expect the Eagles to win those games. I did not expect the Eagles to win any of those games. Like, obviously, I thought that they would win games during the gauntlet, and they did. They ended up going 3-3, just not the way that we expected it to when they went 3-0 and then lost the next 3.
Right.
I expect the Eagles to win those 2 games.
Yeah, I think it's a very challenging stretch. I think a good rule of thumb for like a gauntlet is if you have to explain why it is one, it's probably not. Like
last year when you read those numbers.
You just knew there was no one on the planet who read the Eagles schedule who wasn't like, that's a gauntlet. But this one, it's a really tough stretch, and some people might justify it as a gauntlet, and I don't think that that's necessarily wrong. I just think that term is like you know it immediately when you see it.
Okay. So are you saying it's more buzzword than fact?
I'm saying it's right, but it's not to that level. Like a gauntlet.
Like
to
last
me
year's was more. Last year's gauntlet
excessively difficult.
Scared me.
Oh,
yes.
gosh.
like seeing that, even though I had high expectations about the Eagles last year, I had Super Bowl or bust conversations last year. I still looked at that stretch and I said, "Oh boy, that's a tough one." I didn't get that when I first looked at it this year. This schedule.
No.
You point out legit numbers, and it is a difficult stretch.
Yeah.
Just not as difficult as last year's, but that would be this year's gauntlet.
Okay.
Maybe not last year's gauntlet. Last year's gauntlet more daunting, but this year, that is the most difficult stretch during the Eagles
100%.
Yeah, not even close.
That's
All
a
right.
good rule of thumb, Connor.
Good job, Connor. Yeah,
Thank
see,
you. Got
it's not-
good thumbs.
He finally came through. We've been waiting. It's almost 9
You've been
o'clock.
wrong about Scheffler. You've been wrong about Harper, but you're wrong about that one.
Hit this break and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. 610-632-0975 is the number to call in. We got Kevin Agani coming up next at 9 o'clock. We'll reset the rest of the show. And a great tweet from one Harold Stottle about the Bryce Harper situation. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas on this beautiful Thursday morning.
Looks gorgeous outside.
It does. Can't wait to enjoy the weather when I get home. Coming up momentarily, we'll be joined by Kevin Negandhi from ESPN. And I'm going to ask Kevin a question non-sports related, and it's based off of something that you said to me during one of the commercial breaks that was one of the most asinine things I've ever heard in my life.
I like it.
And I'm going to bring it up with Kevin because I don't feel safe, and I might need Kevin to save me from working with you. Let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. From ESPN, the great Kevin Negandhi. Kevin, good morning. How are you?
That is quite a setup, Andrew. I'm looking forward to this question.
Yeah, I don't feel safe.
Setup is being clear.
I'm working with somebody who's insane, but I already knew that coming in, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. But we'll get to that in a little bit. But Kevin, we're talking a lot of Eagles and Phillies today, so I want to run our topics by you to start. Nick Sirianni. We are heading into a season where I believe he's in a no-win situation. If the Eagles win, yeah, he gets to keep his job, but he won't get any of the credit from Eagles fans and maybe even some media personnel. And if they lose, he's the first one to go on the chopping block. Is that accurate, and is that fair or unfair for Sirianni?
I don't know if it's fair or unfair. It's reality. I think it's accurate because look at the way everything was set up, and he agreed to the terms of what the Eagles set up by saying Kellen Moore is running the offense, Vic Fangio is running the defense. So he agreed to these terms, right, to, I think, basically keep his job. Listen, I don't think Nick Sirianni would be in this position if they didn't collapse the way they collapsed and how the team fell apart and his behavior on the sidelines and the emotional swings that we saw up and down. And listen, bottom line is this. To understand how a team feels for a coach, you see the effort on the field. They may not have talent. They may not be the most talented group. They may not have the best play calling, but you will have to measure a coach's love or commitment from his players by the effort on the field. And where did we see that? Did we see that in that Bucs playoff game?
Nope.
And that is the measurement of, are you playing for your coach? Are you playing for your team? Are you playing for others? We didn't see any of that. But what we all saw was a team that was ready to say, the season's a wrap, let's end this, let's move on. And listen, whether it's fair or not, I think we're past that. It's just what the facts are and the reality is. And he agreed to the terms that were set forth by the Eagles. And you're right. I don't think it's really a no-win situation. The win is that he's still currently a head coach in the NFL, and he's with the Eagles.
Right.
But the way it collapsed, listen, that was an all-time collapse. And it's still undefined, and I'm sure you've heard leaks, you've heard stories, you talk to the right people, you get enough information. But, it's not out there completely publicly on why the team fell apart. But when you see power taken away, I think that plays a role.
The thing is, though, Kev, is it, and I think this more reacts to what we're doing for a living compared to you at the 6 o'clock Sports Center, is the idea is that there's many, many times where I feel, even myself, I'll call myself out on, that really wasn't fair. That wasn't fair. Is it fair that a head coach goes into a year where fans just look at it as, well, if they win, he's not going to get the credit because they hired new coordinators? Because we both know all the things that a head coach does behind the scenes, and we talked earlier to Andrew DeCecco from Inside the Birds, and he told us, look, last year there weren't a lot of players yapping saying Nick Sirianni's an issue. And usually when a coach is, players talk about it.
Yeah, that's a great point. They talk about it publicly.
Or even they whisper behind the scenes and then somebody writes it.
Yeah, yes, that's a very fair point. But look how the Eagles proceeded, right? The one thing that Howie has done a pretty darn good job is getting the pulse of the locker room from the leaders, right? He's done that the last couple of years. I think learning from how things fell apart with Carson Wentz, how things turned dramatically around in that, 1 to 2 month span after the season with Doug Peterson, and trying to figure out how do we not lose everything. He's done a really good job of tapping into his leaders. And that the locker room, specifically how it was built up, led by guys like Fletcher Cox, led by, Jason Kelsey, like those guys are and Lane Johnson, those guys are the vocal guys. There was a vibe that was just really, really different that they could never pinpoint or specifically say, hey, this is the issue. I just think that they didn't like how the coaching staff was put together. They didn't like how it was separated with the defensive side and how they brought in whatever was brought in. If you want to talk about another DC change, because my goodness, that was a disaster the final 2 months. And honestly, who's at the top of that? The guy who's the head coach. And then you see hey, we're going to evaluate. We're going to take a look at how things play out. Again, I come back to this, John, fair or not, like the fan base is watching the organization play this out in real time. Oh, they're doing this, they're doing that, they're doing it. And they're doing it in real time of, we're going to take this away. And Kellen Moore's only running the offense. And, guys, look at the track history here, too, right?
It's a good one.
When Shane Steichen came in and started calling plays, the offense completely changed, right? When it went back to Nick Sirianni's offense, Brian Johnson took a lot of the brunt of the blame. But, in reality, it was Nick Sirianni's offense.
Right.
And they went backwards last year, right? So I think that all that stuff plays a huge role in this. They lost some coordinators that I know Gannon drove us nuts, still ticked off about his approach, especially in the Super Bowl. But there was some stability there on the defensive side. There was some respect there. They also, losing Bernard Wilson was a huge loss in that secondary as a coach there. And now you see him, what he did in Baltimore, now at Tennessee. I think all those factors play a role in all of this, in the built-up system around Nick Sirianni. And then the organization decided we need to bring two guys that are strong on the defense and offensive side, and then we will have the head coach as the figure piece.
Speaking of Kevin Agani on the Comcast Business Hotline, sticking with fair or unfair, Kevin, let me make this clear once more for the people listening, because we are mortal enemies of Philadelphia today, John and I, because John and I, God forbid, pointed out something that Bryce Harper did yesterday. Now, I don't know how much of a chance you got to watch the Phillies game because it was right before your 6 o'clock Sports Center, so it was tough timing. But in the fourth inning yesterday, Bryce Harper's been struggling offensively. He hits a sharp grounder to shortstop, doesn't bust it down the first baseline, errant throw. Harper's not there. The first baseman tags it easily. All right, if that happens in the middle of May, 2 outs, nobody on base, that's fine. It happened with 2 outs and a runner on third. If he busts it down the line, the Phillies score a run. This is the day after your team just got shut out by the Giants. You're trying to avoid a sweep. So I just pointed out, hey, Bryce Harper, who's supposed to be the not vocal leader, but the lead by example guy, should bust it down the line in that situation because there was a runner on third and you cost your team a run. Is it fair or unfair to get on Bryce Harper for something like that yesterday?
I think it's fair, but it just depends on what degree. It's fair to point it out. And listen, the daily deposits that Bryce Harper provides when it comes to effort overcomes one bonehead mistake where emotionally he's not having the best day, right? He's ticked off about what happened in the first inning and his defense in that first inning, right? I watched a little bit of that game. He's annoyed with himself. So this is not a collection of issues. This is, all right, you slipped up, you call it out, and then you move on. I think you're being fair to the process with the awareness of, hey, he's done a hell of a lot when it comes to busting his tail for us, right? So I think you could find a way to say, hey, I'm going to point that out. I'm not going to let it go, but we're also going to move on. And then now if it comes to a collection of things, then you're like, all right, it's a theme. But I think his effort outweighs way more than some of those days where you're frustrated in those moments. And listen, Bryce is one of those guys, too, that it didn't cost the team. They still won the game. And in May, the dog days of May, June, July are going to be there. You're going to have those moments. You're going to have moments of frustration. But in the end, he's done enough to know that he has stored enough deposits down the road that I know he's got credibility that he's going to rebound. But I don't blame you for calling it out. and you do it for a segment, you do it for a day, and you turn the page. Now, if this is a weekly thing and you're going to hang on to this, then I think it turns into an issue that you're not
just today.
Sure.
Just today, and we pointed out the fact that it cost them a run. And Connor's in the producer studio because Connor's Team Harper here. He's basically celebrating every word that you're saying. But you finish the sentence with, "It's okay to call it out." Isn't that right, Connor?
Yes, it is okay.
Jeez,
hey, it's okay. I know this is kind of not for you guys, but for many other sports radio talk, conversations, it's okay to have nuance. It's okay to have a little context.
Yes. Absolutely. All right, Kev, last thing before we let you go. So during one of our commercial breaks today, John said if there was one food in the entire universe.
Like a food item.
Food item in the entire universe that he could just get rid of. Like literally blast it into space and it explodes and there's no chance of science recreating it. Your answer was what, John?
The hot dog bun.
What?
Thank you. This guy's insane.
The hot dog bun.
The bun, it's just the bun.
I hate the hot dog bun.
He'll still eat the hot dog, but he's anti-hot dog bun.
I hate the hot dog bun.
You hate listen, one of the best parts of a summer hot dog is at the end.
They're usually stale. When you go to a cookout, they're usually stale.
No, what cookouts
they're usually
are you going to?
They're not even when you go to
Grandpa Joe's.
Many times when you go to the ballpark, they're not the freshest. When you get to it, they're a little crunchy.
Yeah,
like
they're sitting in the plastic container under the heat.
It is to me, I do not. It is an item that I've never liked. Then up as you go in the Northeast where you actually live, some people will put the lobster roll on a hot dog bun, which is an abomination to the lobster that gave its life.
But Kevin, isn't this the most look, he could have said sort of ethnic food that he doesn't like. The hot dog bun.
It was a food item. It was like a food item.
The bun plays a role, though, for like one of those lobster, rolls.
Lobster rolls?
It plays a role here. It's the carrier. It's the carrier so that you don't have lobster all over yourself. So I see the role there. My question is, what really bad experience did you have for you to feel this way?
I think it is the most
personal issue.
I think it's an inconsistent food item. Like I've gotten a hot dog at the ballpark and been like, oh gosh. Is that roll is that left over from like the Astros series?
Out of all the things in the world.
That's what she said.
Kevin, I don't think I sold this too much. Like this guy's insane.
I don't think you have to sell Kevin on this.
No.
We've known each other a long time.
Well, listen. I know there are a lot of people that listen to you guys. Send John some really good rolls.
Yeah, seriously. We got to get some of Versus rolls over here. We'll take care of you.
Buddy.
Kevin, we appreciate it, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Take care, guys.
You're the best. There he is. Kevin Nagandi on the Comcast Bazaar. I've been holding on to this for like 2 hours.
Yeah, dude.
The hot dog bun.
This and Jay and West Philly are the guys on your side with the Bryce Harper thing.
Listen.
Have fun with the company you pick.
I can relate about lack of hustle, just not that's the weirdest thing, John.
It might be. Yeah, it might be to you.
I don't disagree with you that
food item.
There are some bad hot dog buns.
Oh my gosh!
Right?
Like I don't know how many times I've gotten a hot dog, and it's either been completely foil sweaty, where the bun, like you touch the bun and your fingers are squishing it all the way to the hot dog.
Make your own hot dog.
They've sweated to death.
I had a cookout the other day. I don't think there was one bad bun.
You had good buns? Did you toast the buns?
No.
You don't toast the buns?
No.
I had toasted buns.
All right, then I'll toast it. If I ever grill and you come over, I'll grill you your bun. You tell me whatever you want. I do my orders well.
Haley's right online. She says she eats hers bunless.
Okay.
Well, some people just eat the hot dog just to
but there are worse. Like, all right. So my answer, if I were to answer that question, and I've talked about this a lot. I've actually used your terminology. I would blast it into space.
All right.
Is the Peep. It's the worst thing in the world.
I hate the Peep.
The only reason why the Peep is still in business is because there are moms all across the country that feel the need to buy them during Easter time, right? They buy the cute little yellow Peep. Kids love sugar rushes, but then once a kid experiences better candy, you realize that the Peep is trash.
Yes.
The Peep should be blasted into space. Candy corn should be blasted into space.
Yeah, I hate candy corn.
That stuff is ass.
No, wait. If you're talking candy, I don't consider that
food. Edible.
Yeah. No, but I don't consider that a food item.
It's a food.
No,
you eat it.
I don't think a candy is a food. I think a candy is a treat. A candy is a candy. I don't look at candy. I think candy is a category. Food.
A category of food.
No, people don't. You're not food. Food is something you make a meal out of. You don't make a meal out of candy.
I could.
And if you, geez, did you?
I could.
Really? I'm not a
I just think like that's the most random thing to want blasted out of the sun.
It might be. I can't.
Like it's not like it's not a vegetable. Like there's some people that don't like vegetables. Like
whoa.
Like if somebody says,
which one don't you like?
Keep asparagus away from me.
I love asparagus.
I love asparagus too. But if somebody said asparagus because you don't like vegetables and you don't like the way your pea smells, all right, that's it. You can make a legitimate case.
I can't smell, so it scares me.
That's a good point. You can make a legitimate case for the asparagus. I don't think you can make a case for hot dog buns.
I think I've made a case.
You got a bad bun guy.
For it. It is a very.
No, your case is horrible.
I've had very few inconsistent hamburger bun discussions, whereas hot dog bun, I've gone to games where the bun has actually even been wet.
But hold on a second.
Has been wet.
A stadium dog.
Yeah, when did you get a stadium hamburger?
I've had stadium hamburger before.
When?
No, really, I've had a
goes
hamburger.
to a baseball game and gets a hamburger?
I know that I've had a hamburger.
And was it from one of those like specialty stands?
Yeah, like if you went to that hot dog, there's a Shake Shack at Citizens Bank Park.
I do not do that because I'm not standing in line for an hour and a half.
But I would imagine that their hamburger buns are pretty good. But if you go to a ball game, yeah, you run the risk of getting the bad hot dog bun. But if you came over to my house and oh, by the way, the potato roll. Right, I just go with the potato roll. It's nice and easy. Christy's bougie. She wants the Kaiser roll every single time. It drives me crazy.
See, to me, the Kaiser rolls is like the necessity of any kind of roll.
I disagree.
Like to me,
the potato roll works just fine.
Christina, it has taken 2 years for Christina to understand. It's where we shop. Mm-hmm. They have the Amoroso roll.
Yeah, Amoroso's delicious.
Get the Amoroso roll every time. Don't ask a question. Do you want the Amoroso? Yes. Just answer it. It's answered.
Just answer this question for me, because Connor's already in it. He's got ants in his pants. Do you do the hamburger hot dog, the potato roll hamburger bun?
No.
Have you ever done it?
Sure, absolutely.
And was it fine? It's the same product that makes the hot dog bun. It's absolutely,
like, to me, lame. Yeah. It's like you can get, it's not, there's almost like not enough to it.
You're a lunatic. All right, what do we have on the text line about this Bryce Harper thing? Because I want to, if people want to send us the heat, because God forbid we point out something that went on in a baseball game that should not happen, and people are offended by it. But what do we got?
All right, let's check in because I got to wade through all the hot dog texts now. So we've got to check in from Fran from Havertown.
Okay.
Says, for the Harper situation yesterday, I agree with Connor. The whole thing wasn't that big of a deal. It was probably spoken about privately. A situation like this doesn't always have a huge negative impact.
All right, so look, again, the whole conversation privately thing, I expect that it did happen. And even if it didn't happen, whatever. I'm just saying I would like there to be a precedence that you should probably hustle in certain situations. I've been very clear, correct?
Wait a minute. Are you saying you should hustle in certain situations?
Certain situations.
Or shouldn't you be...
If there's...
You have 4 at-bats.
John,
hustle.
I know. John, but if there's nobody on, 2 outs, okay. The fact that there was a runner on third and it ultimately cost him a run is where I have a problem with.
Okay, that's good.
Our man Harold Stottle checked it on Twitter. If Rojas did that, what would people say? As a leader, Bryce sets the tone of the team, so he has to set the bar high. You can't half-ass your way to a World Series. It takes max effort every play. It's also bad timing with them losing a lot on this road trip. And the final sentence is what I agree with. You had just gotten shut out in the previous game.
Right.
You're losers of 3 straight games. Part of me thinks Bryce Harper was in his feelings at the time. I get it. He had 2 pitches thrown at him at his head in that at-bat. Sometimes you got to put your feelings past you, man.
I know, man.
Especially when you're struggling. It's not like he was 15 for his last 15.
I got you.
He was 0 for his last 15.
Right.
Something like I don't know the exact math, but he was 0 for. He had not gotten a hit in 4 games.
Might have contributed to it. Some people react to that and like, hey, dude, I'm pissed.
That's why you put your emotions behind you sometimes.
I know, but also the max effort all the time.
Yeah, I know. You can't.
Stop.
You can't do it. You can't do it all the time.
No, especially not baseball. They played 162 games.
Whoa. Don't say max effort. Give me effort.
Yeah, he didn't really give much effort.
That's
he didn't
fine.
give any effort.
I'm not talking about that
you
situation.
don't have to give me max effort. You don't have to be Pete Rose. You don't have to do that.
Yeah, you don't
but you have
Charlie
to give
Hustle.
effort. That's not a lot to ask.
We continue the conversation. I know we have plenty of reaction on all of our topics today. So, Connor, have those texts ready. And also, can somebody save me? Because I'm working with an insane person who wants to blast the hot dog bun. Out of all things,
I hate the bun.
Out of all things in the world that you would want to get rid of food-wise, the hot dog bun is your number one answer.
I said it's in my top 5.
Oh, you said number 1.
No, I said it was in my top 5. I did not. I said top 5, but I will tell you, I hate it. Hate the hot dog bun.
You can call in or text in 610-632-0975. Also, something interesting that NBC Sports Philadelphia did yesterday, Reuben Frank and Dave Zangaro, they ranked the quarterbacks that the Eagles will be facing this year. I want to run through it and see what we agree with or disagree with. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Kincade Salciunas is brought to you by the Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. And for details, go to Bagster.com.
It is 9:29 on Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Going to get to some more text coming up about all our topics today, but I wanted to do a little exercise with you guys because I saw this on NBCSportsPhiladelphia.com this morning. They did this yesterday. Dave Zangaro and Reuben Frank, both of NBC Sports Philadelphia, they ranked the quarterbacks that the Eagles will be facing this year. So 14 quarterbacks. Obviously, the division teams you play twice. The starting quarterbacks, things might change.
All right.
But we don't have to get too deep into it. It's the 14 quarterbacks come week one. So I would like to know if you agree or disagree and where you would rank some of the quarterbacks. So Reuben Frank and Dave Zangaro both had Daniel Jones dead last, ranked among all the quarterbacks that they will be facing this year. Jaden Daniels was second to last for Reuben Frank. Daniels was third last for Dave Zangaro. Bryce Young was third last for Reuben Frank, second last for Dave Zangaro. So, they just flip-flop.
Well, Daniel Jones is far more accomplished than those guys.
So both of them.
I do not agree with their list.
All right. Well, we'll continue. So Jones, Daniels, and Young both bottom three. Order will flip for both of them, but that's both bottom three for them. The next three for Reuben Frank was Deshaun Watson, Derek Carr, then Russell Wilson. I'm going from bottom to top. The next three for Dave Zangaro was Russell Wilson, Derek Carr, Deshaun Watson. So same three quarterbacks, just once again, a different order. They both have Baker Mayfield. Then they both have Kirk Cousins. Then they both have Trevor Lawrence. So exact same order for the three of them. The top five for Reuben Frank, 5-1, Stafford, Jordan Love, Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, whereas Zangaro goes Jordan Love, Matt Stafford, Dak Prescott, Burrow, and then Lamar.
How in the world do you put Joe Burrow over Lamar Jackson?
I don't. In what world? Like that's I'm going to use a Connor Thomas.
Yeah.
In what world is Joe Burrow ahead of Lamar Jackson?
That's insane.
He's not. And Zangaro literally said, I got to go with the MVP before Joe Burrow.
You have to.
I don't think it's crazy to have Burrow, too, though.
No, I don't think it's crazy there.
And if he, look, it always comes down to health with that guy, and they're finally building an offensive line. Shocker that works for football teams. I think he's going to be very good this year, which is why I actually have the Eagles losing to them later on this season. But, yeah, I mean, coming off of last year, you have to put the MVP at number one.
I'm going to say to me, the Daniel Jones vitriol is way over the top. Like, there's no way those quarterbacks are all better than Daniel Jones. Even half of them. Daniel Jones, the lowest, and seriously, and there's enough of a sample size, lowest interception rate in team history.
Oh, he doesn't throw the football.
His completion percentage is the highest in team history.
He throws it 3 yards.
Okay, there's always going to be a
Well, I'll tell you.
I think he stinks. Then you didn't watch Phil Simms.
I think Daniel Jones.
Then people didn't watch.
I didn't watch. You're right.
Then I'm saying
I was not born.
Then I'm saying is that excuse could be used for Joe Montana. Didn't throw. Joe Montana threw 5-yard passes.
Yeah, but your eyes have to tell you that. Your eyes have to tell you this is a different situation.
But making Daniel Jones the worst quarterback they're going to face, to me, is ridiculous.
But he's toward the bottom.
But
he's towards the bottom.
He's bottom
but it's
four.
ridiculous that he would be beyond. Those other guys are far less accomplished than what he's done as a quarterback.
This could bite me in the rear end at some point. I think Bryce Young stinks. I know the Panthers were horrible last year.
They were horrible.
But anytime I get a chance to just put on I wasn't really seeking out the Panthers, but anytime they were popped up on Red Zone, I know Red Zone doesn't tell you the full story, but my man was throwing for under 100 yards some games.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough.
He was horrible.
He was horrible.
I haven't seen enough. I've watched like 2 games.
No, that's why you can't put him ahead. It's ridiculous to put him ahead.
I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to say Daniel Jones stinks.
No, I'm going to say Daniel Jones, if you put him in the bottom 5 quarterbacks they're going to play this year, absolutely.
I think Bryce Young might end up being a horrible quarterback, and that could bite me in the rear end at some point. But from what I saw, very limited. Like, there are some quarterbacks that pop off their rookie year. Carson Wentz, they went 7-9. He made rookie mistakes, but you saw that guy play his rookie year, and you go, that guy's got something. The limited chance that I got to see Bryce Young, I was like, ew, God, they first overall, huh? That's a shame. It's gonna set the franchise back.
Also a much worse organization overall than
much worse.
Carson Wentz had. Like, I don't know. Jury's out. If you put him last, I have no issue with that.
So right now, I'm just quickly going through it. I have Lamar 1, Burrow 2. I have Stafford before Dak.
I have Stafford.
Yeah, I think Stafford still. And look, Dak's a good quarterback.
I have Stafford before Dak, but I think it's razor thin.
And I have Dak fourth.
I have Dak fourth. I'm
going upside Jordan Love before I go Kirk Cousins. It's kind of like our tiers that we had that one day.
I'm going Kirk Cousins. I've seen him beat the Eagles.
Okay.
Now, does it count that Kirk Cousins plays him in prime time? Can I put him last?
Yeah. Primetime Kirk Cousins
might be the worst quarterback on this list.
So I have Love, and then I have Cousins sixth. And then it's like Derek Carr is trash. Russell Wilson's cooked. I guess I go Mayfield.
Mayfield's he just not only beat you,
yeah, I know,
dominated you in January.
I know, but the team was dead. I don't know.
The guy gets no credit for that performance?
No, I give him credit, but I also say the Eagles.
You're not
but I don't fear Baker Mayfield.
Well, fearing, I didn't say fear, but I said he dominated you.
I don't think he's very good.
But he's seventh on my list just because he dominated the Eagles last year doesn't make me put him second.
I think it's fair.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So I would put Mayfield seventh, I guess. Lawrence eighth. I don't know.
I'm putting Mayfield ahead of Lawrence.
Yeah, so I guess Lawrence eighth because
Mayfield's already won multiple playoff games and done with two different franchises. I'm going to put it right there. That's fine. I'm fine with that.
I've got Lawrence 7, Deshaun Watson 8, Mayfield 9.
I have Deshaun Watson behind both of them because it looks like it might be broken.
I will put Watson ahead of all the other quarterbacks I haven't mentioned yet, strictly off of upside.
That's what I'm looking at.
Strictly. And look, he's not done anything to back up the upside.
Can you talk? Deshaun's what, 28?
Yeah, he's younger still, yeah.
If that.
He's young.
He might be 27, 28.
I'll pull it up right now. He's still a young.
I'm not sure
with it. 28. He'll be 29 when the season.
He's 20. He'll be 29 when the season
in the season.
You cannot say upside anymore in a 29-year-old.
Yeah, but I'll say more upside than. Again, I think Bryce Young might be bad. I'm not gonna put Jaden Daniels ahead of him right now.
I think Deshaun Watson might be bad.
It might
like the wheels. Nobody would have thought it as far as the splash that he made when he came in, but nobody would have thought of Carson Wentz either.
Who would you put ahead of Deshaun Watson out of?
I'm not.
Daniel Jones, Bryce Young, Jaden Daniels, and Derek Carr. Because those are the four quarterbacks. Right. So I'm going to put Watson.
I'll put Derek Carr
above those guys.
Very close though.
Okay.
I think it's razor thin, but I got you. That's fair.
The question is Derek Carr ahead of Daniel Jones? I guess.
Derek Carr is ahead of Daniel.
Derek Carr was really bad last year.
He was terrible.
He was like, that's another team. New Orleans is probably going, oh my God, what did we do?
Dude, once you get to 5 on this list, I'm not scared of any of these guys, like remotely.
Do you think though? It's one of those things like when I talk about when you're saying there the upside with Deshaun Watson. I think by the time a guy is 6-7 years into the NFL, we know who he is as a quarterback.
Yeah, no. Well, but he was really good 2 years ago, and then he became a creep.
And it's not
he was a creep, but he got caught for being a creep.
It's not upside like the Browns are going to be good.
Right,
it's upside like if you play him in a game, can he do something to beat you? That dude can.
Like, I still think the next 2 years of Deshaun Watson could be better than the next 2 years of Derek Carr, Daniel Jones, Jaden Daniels, and Bryce Young.
Okay.
I could say this season, the upside of Deshaun Watson is higher than those other quarterbacks.
Oh, you could throw Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson was so bad last year.
Oh, wow. I didn't even write down Russell Wilson.
Last 2 years.
Put him last.
Russell Wilson.
Put Bryce Young
Russell Wilson last 2 years has been atrocious.
But yeah. It's interesting what you just said, Connor. Once you get past the top 5 of Lamar, Burrow, Stafford, Dak, and Love or Cousins, depending on who you put on there, you're not really worried about any quarterback.
Nah.
I know Baker Mayfield did just beat you, but I still that situation was just
congrats. The Eagles were half dead, and he walked over and kicked him once.
Yeah,
I'll
be curious.
He had the ball in his hand at the 45-yard line with a chance to beat the Lions in Detroit the next week.
Right. And I know that the Eagles beat Baker Mayfield in week 3 of last year, and Baker Mayfield was not good in that game.
No, he wasn't good.
So, because he beat him in a playoff game, does that mean more than week 3? Yeah, probably. But when the Eagles were in week 3, they weren't a dysfunctional franchise like they were in the playoff game.
Yeah, and that Lions thing, like, they choked away a big lead at halftime to San Fran. I know they're on the road, but that Lions team could easily, you could say, well, they haven't been there before. They didn't know really how to close out a playoff game. Like, I don't look at that by Baker Mayfield like he stared down Mahomes or something.
Okay.
Like, I just, my gut feeling is he's not that good.
Okay. All right, what else do we have coming in on the text line there, Connor?
We got a bunch of people still checking in on the Bryce Harper thing here.
I'm not surprised.
So, yeah,
Good.
I mean, topic of the day.
Everyone's
so let me
favorite
scroll
son.
back up to it. Everyone's favorite son. from Mr. Joel Embiid over there. Okay, let's go with this one. What is the point? First-time texture, by the way. No name on this one.
Okay.
But what is the point of calling out Bryce? The guy who gives it his all 99% of the time and is having an all-star season. Does he dog it in October? No.
No. But the point is to just not do it, not to do it again. I'm talking about a very specific situation where there was runners on second and third. So the force out at second, the little flip, that wasn't there.
Cost you a run.
There was no. It's not that there was nobody on base. It's not that they were up 10-0. They were up 2-0 in a series that they lost the first 2 games, coming off of a game they just got shut out. 4 out of 5. Second and third, errant throw, runner scores, inning continues. Alec Boehm, Mr. RBI's up next. Nick Castellanos finally has a hot game, up 2 batters later. None of that happens because he was 30 feet from first base still.
Right.
I don't think it's what is the point? I'm just I don't want that to happen again. That's all. And to our Harold Stottle tweeter, if Johan Rojas did the same thing, I would still call him out on it, but there were people that would be like, how could Johan Rojas, he should hustle every single play because he's only a 2, right?
And they would. Yes, they would.
So we hold different standards to different players.
And we should.
If I saw it from Garrett Stubbs, I would say it.
We should absolutely,
you know what I mean?
We should absolutely hold different standards for different players.
We do.
Not about basic hustle.
But you know what's interesting?
That too.
Typically in Phil, again, I always use the whole, I've been here for 10 years, and you could speak to this. Usually, the bigger name player gets crushed for everything.
Higher standard held to.
And that's what it should be.
Period. Yes. It's always been that way.
But it's starting to change.
It is. It's becoming like, well, let's not pick him. You don't pick on Bryce.
It's Bryce. For a lot of people, it's Hurts.
Right.
Hey,
what we talking about with
hand
Bryce?
raised, big man.
Yeah,
I do it. Like, we all do it. This is a specific player.
This is a generation where Wentz got crushed, fell apart. Embiid has gotten crushed, hasn't won anything. Like, this may be a generation that saw stars get crushed and saw nothing come of it and say, let's try and do it a different way.
Listen, I pointed this out when I was working with Anthony. I pointed this out. I think there are a lot of people of our generation, Connor, that hear what the national media says about Philadelphia. Snowballs was saying all that kind of stuff. That was, 60 years ago.
Right.
I think there's a lot of people in our generation, Connor, that go, we don't want to be that generation. We don't want to be the generation that's known as the evil.
Right.
And the players hate us. They don't want to be here. I think there are a lot of people that make a concentrated effort to not be their parents' Philadelphia sports fan.
I think that's fair.
I truly believe that, and I think it's happening more and more every single year. It could be a good thing. Could be bad. I don't know if it's good or bad.
You're right.
We don't know. We'll see as time plays out.
But it absolutely is. That's truth.
All right. We got the Key 3 coming your way next. Kincade and Salciunas, Key 3. Also, our crossover with one Bob Cooney. And at some point next segment, we have one more $50 Wendy's gift card to give away. So make sure you're listening. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bob Cooney.
Joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline.
On a beautiful Thursday. We'll be joined by Bob Cooney momentarily for our crossover as he's ready to hold down the fort on the midday show today with Bill Colarulo. But it's time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
So today, we want to start the show talking about the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, we talked about him a lot during the offseason, of course, whether or not he should have still been here. And then, of course, the Eagles decided to keep him. It was a long 8 days. And then we had the aftermath of the reaction to the Eagles deciding to keep Nick Sirianni as the head coach. And he's been talked about a lot this offseason. But I want to ask a question today. John, is Nick Sirianni in a no-win situation this season?
Yes, and it is completely unfair of us in these chairs and many in the fan base.
I completely disagree with you, but go ahead.
If we go into this season with the mindset that nothing is going to move the needle for us on whether Nick Sirianni is a good coach or not, or whether he deserves to keep his job or not, we are just being teased.
The way
that's the word I said earlier. And look,
I don't hear you curse all that often.
No, I don't curse, and I never was a big potty mouth, but I let it fly this morning.
You let it fly
because I'll call it out. I will call myself out if I think something is not right, and I absolutely believe that if we go into this season saying nothing can move the needle for us on Nick Sirianni, then we're sort of going into it with the mindset that we're just going to be D's to the guy.
Bryce Harper not busting it down the line yesterday that ended up costing the Phillies a run. And John, believe it or not, we're on an island. And I knew we would be because Bryce Harper is held to a much different standard than a lot of players. And look, I love Bryce Harper. I don't think you have to go far to find out whether or not I love Bryce Harper. I absolutely love Bryce Harper. But a moment like that yesterday where it literally cost the Phillies a run in what at the time was a close ball game, I think it is fair to talk about it and fair to point out. I'm not afraid to point out when a player did something that should not be done. And just because they won the baseball game, it's still fair to say, hey, next time, Bryce, I would appreciate it if you ran down the line because if you did, a run would have scored in that situation.
I can't understand this at all. And look, my brain may be different. So I've accepted that. Is that I can't believe people are like, well, he comes through on these situations, but then something basic, which he should do, is just, I can't take the sports science stuff. Well, sports science tells me don't bust it down the line this time. No, there were 2 men on base. It should tell you that you always bust it down the line.
From inside the Birds, and of course also 97.5, the Fanatic, Andrew DeCecco.
Darius Slay, but he really said some good things last week in terms of his leadership and how he intends to be there for the young players and give them whatever they need. He always talks about giving back and paving the way for younger players. That's something that he's been really consistent in his messaging. So I thought having him there spoke volumes.
From ESPN, the great Kevin Agandi. Kevin, is it fair or unfair to get on Bryce Harper for something like that yesterday?
I think it's fair, but it just depends on what degree. Like, it's fair to point it out. And listen, the daily deposit that Bryce Harper provides when it comes to effort overcomes one bonehead mistake where emotionally he's not having the best day.
Look, I don't want to be too harsh on Sirianni. I'm not naive that the head coach isn't just about X's and O's, right? The head coach is also about keeping a locker room together. Culture is a big part of it. Having guys work every single day, not just on Sundays, right? The stuff that you do preparing for a game. And by all reports, Nick Sirianni is crazy when it comes to that. Every press conference as the season goes on, the bags under his eyes get darker and darker and deeper, right? It's ridiculous. But here's the deal. I can't say that and also not point out the fact that all those issues last year were those things. Locker room issues. There was a culture issue last year. X's and O's were bad last year. It was his offense. When the ship was literally sinking in Brian Johnson's hands at his control, he did nothing about it. All right, that's the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, the 3 best minutes from today's show. Bob Cooney, before I ask you about your show or your date, give me a number.
69.
Within the top 10. Within 10.
10.
Give me the 10th caller to the contest line right now, 215-263-0975. 10th caller will win our final of our $50 Wendy's gift cards for today. Whatever you're up to, Wendy's is down. Stay up and stay fueled because Wendy's delivers late. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's delivery. Late night delivery hours may vary. Caller 10 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. And Connor, we have another addition to the Burrito Clan. because Bob Cooney had
tried
one,
it today?
and you said it was delicious.
Oh, it was phenomenal. I had it last week also.
Oh, did you? I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Dude, that thing's
it's dynamite. Now it's like a great present at Christmas that isn't wrapped all that well. So you look at the wrapping and you're like, oh man, what is this? And then you open it and it's got like keys to a car. That's pretty cool.
Mine looked like Picasso put it together. Yeah.
Yeah, mine looked like one of my 3-year-old kids put it together.
And it was delicious.
What do you have coming up on today's show? I know it's Bill Calarulo, so it's a 6 foot apart selfie that we're gonna get.
No smile, 6 foot apart selfie.
Man, you guys pay attention to that stuff. I don't. Like, still to this day, when Amy calls in Ray, I'll just sit there and they look at me and I'm like, what? And they're like, picture time.
Picture time.
You know, yeah, whatever.
There you go.
Yeah, so we're going to a lot of Philly stuff, obviously, with what's going on. I was impressed yesterday. You know, like, I didn't like the lineup Rob Thompson had out there a little bit. Like, it's a little, tiny little thing that Ray and I go back and forth on. I'm like, would you just give Brandon Marsh a chance to hit left-handers?
Yeah.
Is he your left fielder, isn't he? And then yesterday, you got Pache goes out there in center, and they do some things. The Bryce Harper stuff, I heard what you guys said. I'll just say, if the Phillies put that much time thinking about it as you guys did talking about it, there would be real trouble in the clubhouse.
That's why they're a professional baseball team, and I'm a professional sports talk radio host.
My bad. No, I know. But, like, I think that's how easy it's taken care of. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah,
I shouldn't. Or if he doesn't say it, Thompson goes up to him and goes, yo, dude. Come on.
The reason why I want to talk about it is because I do this with, and John calls me out on it. Sometimes I don't hold certain players.
Your baby. You love your baby.
To a certain standard. And I believe yesterday was a moment where if Johan Rojas did that, we would have freaked out. So we should do that with Bryce Harper.
Well, he's also younger and doesn't have the set, you know. And look, let's make it a microcosm of this. How many times, like, John gets on Bryce Harper for being too aggressive on the base pass, getting thrown out trying to take an extra base, getting picked off? Like, is there a balance there? There's always a balance in sports. I don't agree with what happened yesterday at all. You know me. John knows me better than everybody.
Fundamentally,
like, you put your head down, you run. I don't care. I'm kind of like Connor. I understand once in a while. He had a bad day yesterday, Harper.
He did a bad day yesterday.
And it started right from the beginning. It started before the buzz. It started before all that. Something seemed off with him, like his first at-bat, first swing, and I don't know what it was. But he had a bad day. That's all you got to say and move on.
Real quick, this is interesting. Sham Sharani just reporting WNBA stars Breanna Stewart and Nafisa Collier are going to create a 3-on-3 league with higher average salaries than the actual WNBA. Does anybody leave to go to the 3-on-3 league?
Well, they tried this big three.
But this is
with the NBA.
No, but this is like
I got you.
People in their prime could go.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not watching.
Interesting.
I'll tell you one thing I have on this real quick. Caitlin Clark seems unhappy a little bit in Indiana. She's the face of the WNBA, and now there was a story about maybe she and her coach don't see eye to eye. I'm putting it out there. Wouldn't be surprised if her college coach gets hired by that team before the season's over.
Bobby,
Lisa Bluter.
We'll be listening today.
Bob has followed Caitlin Clark longer before anybody in the entire country was talking about
Yeah,
her.
absolutely.
Or in Philadelphia. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, Paul B. Moyer and Sons. They're great folks. Make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. Do it today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. I'm living proof. Cancer research saves lives.
Back at it tomorrow on a Fanatic Friday. Can't wait. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.